Good afternoon. I will now call this work session for Tuesday, August 16th, 2022 to order. And we will start with reading our Who We Are statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where our stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, and supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. And with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Hyde.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and community members. Thank you for being here. As a new process, and I shared this at the last meeting, just wanted to provide, or last workshop, I wanted to provide a reminder. Each month or each workshop session, I will invite a minimum of 2 of our community-based partners. I think it's important for us. We oftentimes have them present for recognition when we're either providing them a reward or we're incentivizing or rewarding someone else who's partnering with them. I think it's important for us to continue to show the community the totality of partnerships that we have and how they serve very disparate interests and needs across our school district. And today's a great example of that. So we're going to start this morning with Idols Aside Ministries. They work in a handful of our schools, so I'll go ahead and invite them to come up to the microphone and they'll walk you through a short presentation. And just in case anyone wonders, because we oftentimes will hear concerns or complaints, anytime we bring up an organization that has a religious component to it. And quite frankly, here in Polk County Public Schools, that is a non-issue because we are welcoming of partnerships of all backgrounds. And so if there are those who want to gravitate towards an after-school program, which does not necessarily happen during the school day with their parents' consent, then so be it, we support that. We do so, as you know, for a variety of clubs for our students. So I just wanted to preempt it with that because, again, I know that at times it raises some concerns, but it's important for us to acknowledge that, yes, we do partner with faith-based organizations. We do partner with non-faith-based organizations. And it's important for us to offer a multitude of opportunities because the need is that large across our community. So I wanted to open with that. So, sir, it's all yours at this point.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you doing? Thank you for having me. My wife will probably attest to this. I'm going to struggle to sit here and talk on this microphone. I'm kind of a stander-upper, walker-arounder, so forgive me if I get up and walk around. My name is Jeff Shills. I am the Florida Director of Idols Aside Ministries. Idols Aside Ministries is a ministry that exists to reach fatherless and at-risk youth with the gospel of Jesus. I am actually from Lakeland. I graduated from George Jenkins High School in 1998. My wife graduated in 2003, I believe. So we're Polk County residents. We have 3 children that have been in and around the school board of Polk County, so I'm just grateful to have this opportunity to not only be here and speak to y'all, but just to thank you all for what you do. I think now looking back at 42 years old, to think about everything that was going on behind the scenes to ensure our education and our needs, it's kind of overwhelming and super appreciative, so thank you so much. I started with Idols Aside Ministries in 2017. Idols Aside started in 2009. As I said, we exist to reach fatherless and at-risk youth with the gospel of Jesus. Just like you said, Miss Wyatt, you said that the school board is about students first. We're about people first. We love people. And so I don't want you to think being faith-based that we discriminate. We want to love anybody and everybody that God brings us. And so the avenue that he's called us to are young men and young ladies that are being raised in homes without fathers. We really believe that fatherlessness is the epidemic that our country faces right now. I believe that spiritual warfare is real. I believe that Satan hates men. I believe that he hates all of us, but I believe that he specifically hates men. He knows that if he can attack men, then he'll attack marriages, and if he can attack marriages, then he'll attack families, and if he can attack families, then our society is just going to break down. And that's just what I believe. I believe that we're coming out of a pandemic, but the epidemic that really is affecting our country is young men and young ladies that are being raised in homes without fathers. And so I'll give you a few whys of what we do. And I'll kind of be quick because obviously for a room like this, you all understand why. But I'll give you a few stats and statistics of why God has called us to reach fatherless. So 63% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes. That's 5 times the national average. 90% of all homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes. That's 32 times the national average. 85% of children who show behavior disorders come from fatherless homes, 20 times the average. 80% of rapists with anger problems come from fatherless homes. 71% of all high school dropouts come from fatherless homes. 70% of youth in state-operated institutions come from fatherless home, and 85% of all youth in prison comes from fatherless homes. So that's 20 times the national average. And so that is why we do what we do. I believe that I was created for this role. I believe that I will do this until God calls me home. I have such a passion for the young men and young ladies that God brings us. I can't imagine waking up and doing something different. This ministry split about 6 years ago, and we now reach fatherless youth in Northwest Kentucky as well. And so between Polk County and Highlands and Hardy County and Northwest Kentucky, we reach about 700 young men and young ladies without fathers a year. We reach about 300 to 350 here in Central Florida. About 95 to 97% of the kids that we reach come from Polk County specifically. Lakeland is where I do life. It's where I raise my family. And so specifically, my attention comes very, very hardcore into this area of Polk County. We have a ranch in Lake Wales that we do a lot of overnight camping and fishing and hunting retreats. And so our belief is for a young man and young lady that has never grown up with a father or has had a father that has walked out, it's very difficult for that young man or young lady to, A, have an identity, and B, for us to share the gospel with them, to share about a heavenly Father that has created them. And so you can't just whip out or a guitar and sing Good Father to a young man or a young lady that has never grown up with a father or without a father. They're not going to understand that. And so we do a lot of outdoor activities. We fish, we camp, we hunt. We do a lot of things to connect with creation. And I believe that our ranch in Lake Wales and some of the partner properties that we use, I believe that God speaks in a different and supernatural way. So about three times a month from September to May, we do overnight hunting and fishing and camping retreats. I believe God gave me the opportunity to speak to you all today because on-campus mentoring has been a big part of what we've done over the last 7 to 8 years. Last year specifically, we were on 7 campuses here in Polk County, which was amazing. God really opened up that door after the pandemic. I know it was very tough during the pandemic. And, so my call is today is for us to have an opportunity to be on every campus here in Polk County. We offer one-on-one group mentoring or one-on-one on-campus mentoring and group mentoring with background check volunteers. I've worked real closely with Ms. Crowley. All of our volunteers that go on campus have gone through the Polk County background check. An advantage that we have, since we have a ranch in Lake Wales, we do a lot of off-campus events and retreats geared towards building confidence and learning life skills. Last night, I picked up a young man at George Jenkins High School after football practice, and we went out gator hunting last night. And we were out until about 11 o'clock, and I dropped him off at his house, and it was just an opportunity for us to connect. I don't want to say that God has placed me in his life to be a father figure, but at the same time, I just want to be a man in his court. I want to be someone who just loves him well and just encourages in him. And this is a young man who actually lost his father, who was murdered, when he was very young. And so I just enjoyed walking alongside that young man. I'll be on campus at George Jenkins tomorrow. I'm there every single week from 8:30 to 10:30. We started with about 2 or 3 young men last year, and we ended with about 12 at the end of the school year. And so tomorrow will be our first opportunity back on campus. We mentor at Lawton Childs. We also mentor on Academy Prep, which I know is not in the Polk County School Board. We mentor at Winter Haven High School, Lake Wales High School, and just asking for opportunities to get on campus at many, many other schools. We have a lot of kids at Lakeland Highlands Middle School, a lot of kids at Bartow Middle School, Bartow High School, just wherever we feel like, or wherever the need is, we want to be there and help. We motivate and work to alleviate home stresses causing stress and health-related issues. We're not a ministry that just focuses on the young men and young ladies. We're also a ministry that really focuses on the health of the home. And so we love to make connections with single moms and guardians and grandparents as well. That's a big part of what my wife does and just blesses that ministry. And so that's providing meals, providing budgeting classes, providing opportunities to be able to empower the single moms and grandmothers that are raising these fatherless youth. Support at-risk and fatherless youth through attending sporting, musical, classwork events, milestones. A lot of these young men and young ladies don't have somebody when they look up in the stands. They don't have somebody when they're sitting there giving a presentation or getting ready for prom. And we want to challenge our volunteers and our staff here at Idols Aside Ministries to be in their court and to provide opportunities to support fatherless youth in that. Continue to bring awareness to the fatherless epidemic and to make connections between fatherlessness, crime-related issues, homelessness, drug abuse, teen runaway, teen pregnancy, high school dropout, and so much more. So a big part of what I do is just bringing awareness to what the fatherless epidemic is, not only in Polk County, but what our country faces. And so I meet with a lot of civic organizations, a lot of churches. I want to educate, encourage, empower the local church and community to be active in a fatherless child and his guardian's life. I really believe that by one or two of us at each church or one or two of us at each civic organization, by stepping into a fatherless young man or fatherless young lady's life, it's a no-brainer. We're going to see change, not only change for now, but change for eternity to come. And last one is inspiring fathers to think twice before deciding to leave the home. I had a cool opportunity a couple years ago with a young man that came into our program, and his father engaged with me pretty quickly and kind of accused me of trying to step into what was his role. And over a period of building a relationship with this man, this father came to realize I wasn't trying to take his role. I was stepping in where maybe he wasn't stepping up. And now that gentleman and myself, he has been through a drug rehab program, and he's stepping back into his son's life. And so I just pray that God gave me the opportunity to kind of speak truth and life into him and to encourage him to be the father to his son that he was created to be. And so I really believe that any of the stats and statistics that you all saw, that any of those stats and statistics are improved, that this entire community and our schools will be impacted. With 110,000 students in Polk County, the national average is about 30% fatherless homes. So that tells us there's about 25,000 kids that are being raised in homes just in this county without an active father. And I believe that we have the answer. And I'm just honored that y'all have given us the opportunity over the last couple of years to be on campus. And I'm just asking that y'all will continue to open those doors. We just want to do whatever it takes to impact these young men and young ladies' lives. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. As a reminder, Ms. Miller.
I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that we've connected you to the Polk Education Foundation, because there's an opportunity in our schools for students in high school to receive scholarships. They get discounted prepaid scholarships, Florida prepaid, and if the student goes with the volunteer through Take Stock in Children, they're awarded that scholarship at the end of the year. And I know last year, my high school at Gibson, we were looking for people to volunteer with those students, but I know across the district, and that's my driving force is try to bring all of these people together to see the opportunities, because there's a lot of opportunities. And I know in the past we've talked about a faith-based advisory, because you're right, there are a lot of churches who want to do and volunteer, but they don't know how. And if we could have one space for them to go to and say, this is, opportunities in the district, it might bring more people wanting to volunteer. Yes, but Take Stock in Children is still looking for volunteers to assign to a student. And if it's just mainly boys that you work with, they would assign, that. But we want to make sure those kids, we have these scholarships, we need a way to give them to the kids. Yep. And it's going to take volunteers committed to doing it.
And we work with Polk Education Foundation. We could do a better job. I think we all kind of run trying to juggle everything. We definitely, I think that putting us all in a room, once a month is so beneficial. And yeah, that would be great.
And we want to make it easier for you and other organizations who step in to try to help, and they're just, it needs to be probably more organized. So I hope we can work on that for you.
That'd be awesome. Thank you very much.
And each organization that's coming in at the end, we will actually connect them back to the community liaisons, because it's important that as schools are asking and families are asking for what the resources that are available to support them in their needs and interests, we are trying to provide kind of that menu approach where, okay, here's all the organizations we partner with, here's what each can provide. And it is important for us to offer a variety of options for families. And it's not uncommon. Again, we've had a history with this organization but we also have this with our athletes. And so it's a long-standing program, and I want to just reiterate one last thing. All of this is done with consent, parental consent. This is not something that's initiated outside of families, and so I don't want anybody misconstruing that we have mentors coming in and you know, basically latching onto kids, because that's not the process that we follow. It's a referral process. Most of the referrals come from peer referrals, meaning students are referring other students that are in crisis or that they know, and so that's what we're looking to do. And so we'll be bringing each of them also to subsequent principal meetings, because I think it's important for our principals to get a summary of the totality of services that are available across our district. And so it's an important option for us to keep re-emphasizing. And so thank you for joining us this morning and being here
Thank you
today.
very much.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you very much for the
Oh,
opportunity.
Miss Fortney.
Just one.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a former student in Bartow that does something very, very similar.
His name Ryan?
Yes,
Ryan
it is.
Waltz?
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
We
I just
have
wanna make sure.
connected. He's a good man, and so I've actually, it's given me the opportunity to not run so hard after Bartow, because I know that he's kind of in that area, so we can support each other and whatnot, which kind of think goes back to Miss Miller, same type of way. It is happening behind the scenes.
Polk City has another young man
Yes,
too, a young
we met
minister.
him.
I met him at a prayer breakfast, and I had no idea he existed. So I think trying to connect to the community liaisons may help the organizations too, and see where the needs are.
Yep. And one comment I'll make just to what you had said. You said there's a lot of churches that are trying to figure out ways to help and support administration and students. You know, I think it's cool that you've given us the opportunity, and that gives us the opportunity to connect with those churches and to give them those opportunities to serve. So, yeah.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a brief comment too.
Oh, sorry.
Superintendent. Appreciate it, Mr. Shills. I was on the property in Lake Wales probably 8 years ago, so it was neat to go on your website last couple days just to see the growth there in the organization. And the name, you know, I remember 8 years ago, I think it was approximately 8 years ago, the name of the ministry really stuck out to me. And if I remember, if I recall, there was some connection early on where you were, you know, working with professional athletes
Yes,
and
sir.
different things like that.
Yes, sir.
If you want to maybe speak to that and how that connects really with the idea of what Idols Aside means.
So the name Idols aside, the gentleman, Mark Wright, who founded the ministry, played college football at Appalachian State and was really just blown away how people came to worship college athletes. And so taking the idols aside, taking the idols of those athletes who are maybe not good role models for our youth, and really, you know, there's one idol that I believe we're called to have, and that's Jesus, that's our Savior. And so that's where the name came from. So we work a lot with NBA, NHL, MLB, NFL players. What's really neat about that is that young men and young ladies get to see these individuals who, in their eyes and what society says, they've made it. They've made it. They've ultimately made it. You know, they're wealthy, they're famous, they have everything that they could ever want. But these individuals that come have put their idols to the side and have put Jesus on the pedestal. And so, for instance, we have an event September 13th of this year, actually in less than a month. And a gentleman named Jonathan Isaac plays for the Orlando Magic. He is going to be our speaker, and so I think we've given away over 250 tickets to local sports teams, to not only moms and ladies, moms and kids in our program, but also we just want to get as many youth to that event, because this really is a man who is not saying, hey, come and look at me and what I've accomplished, but look at what I've been able to do because of the strength that I get from the Lord. And so that's been neat to be able to have those relationships. So thank you.
Cool. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
For anyone, it's our Raptor system. So either one of our schools is conducting a drill right now, or there's an issue. And you noticed everybody on cabinets staring at their phones, trying to figure out which school, and if it's something that they all need to run out of the room to take care of. So that's a great example in real time of some of the security procedures we have in place.
Telling me to stop.
No, sir. No, sir. We're good. We're good. Thank you again,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
At this time, Michelle Turnage, if she'll please join us. As you know, she was here with us recently. She actually gave the board and others some recognition for their efforts raising funds. And she's been working very closely with Mr. Talbot and others to expand a lot of their programs, to encourage our students to take a more proactive role and not be stagnant and really be active and take care of their cardiac needs and their cardiovascular needs. So, Ms. Turnage, it's all yours.
Sure. Do I?
Woohoo, I did it. I never know the technology system, and at every school, it's always different for me. So my name is Michelle Turnage. I have the pleasure of working with Polk County. As I was here earlier a couple weeks ago, I was able to recognize a few of your schools, and Mr. Hyde, when we met in June, he wanted me to, kind of give a little bit of an update and a little more in-depth view of what we do at the American Heart Association and how our partnerships with the schools work. So the American Heart Association is the largest funder of cardiac research and health within the United States outside of the federal government. And our program relies heavily on donors, companies, and schools to kind of help fund that. And over the last couple years, we have kind of tweaked our mission or our goals and our impact goals as we want to be champions for health equity for all. And so as part of our school programs, that's how we are starting to kind of meet that goal and move forward. I wanted to level set a little bit with this slide right here. It was very startling to me. Our COO, Susie Upton, shared some of these statistics on a call last week, a nationwide staff call. And when I read them and I saw, the items in red she shared, I thought it was really impactful and kind of set the picture. I won't read all of them to you, of course, but I'll point out some of them. Unfortunately, I was going to say COVID, but heart disease and stroke, they are still the #1 cause of death, not only in the United States, but also globally. We're seeing that still. Unfortunately, over 2,000 people lose their lives every single hour to something related to cardiac disease. So the work that we do with our companies and our schools, it's so impactful because it does change lives. Specifically related to our schools, the last two at the bottom are incredibly insane to me. 1,600 students or kids will smoke their first cigarette today. So that's quite a few when you're looking at that statistic. Years ago, we made some impact on reducing the amount of students that smoked cigarettes and tried them. Unfortunately, those companies got smarter, and they are now targeting with vaping and things like that. So that is the hot item for students. I don't know if you're seeing those in schools. Hopefully not. That's my fingers crossed. But there's just a misconception about that. So part of our programs target that as well. And last but not least here, 110 children will be born today with some sort of congenital heart defect. So our programs, as we work through schools and educate them, and if families are able to make a financial gift to the American Heart Association, obviously it's all optional, those donations go to help us make a difference in their lives. More related to the students in here within our schools and the schools that I work with. We saw with COVID a huge reduction in students that are physically active. Obviously, that was something we couldn't help. We sent all the kids home. I was one of those moms with kids beside me while I was working, and I know for sure I did not do a good job of pushing out physical activity for them. As I said, e-cigarettes, the usage has doubled among middle and high school students. So that's, something that I think is crazy to read. And then 7 in 10 high school students are struggling with some mental well-being, problems. Obviously, that stems a lot from maybe some issues going on in their life, as our previous gentleman might have suggested. But that also was caused a lot by the pandemic. They felt isolated. They weren't able to connect with their friends. So our middle and high school programs really take an approach to kind of targeting mental well-being and overall health, because that's super important. This is an overall view of kind of where our research vision is. Our COO, Susie Upton, she actually gave us an update where it says $4 billion. That will be changed to $5 billion. So over the years that the AHA has been in existence, we have reached funding over $5 billion in research. Again, that's all because of partners that we have that support us, which is an incredible number. And a lot of people want to know, where does our money go? How does it impact in Florida? So I was shocked to read this. I didn't exactly know the dollar number, but over $6 million stays in the state of Florida for researchers to do various projects. It could be something as small as understanding how specific blood pressure medications affect individuals. It could be finding the latest technique in a cardiovascular surgery to lengthen the life of an individual. Closest to here, obviously, actually, I'm pretty sure, is the University of South Florida. So here, and closest to us, we have a lot of money going to them to help us make an impact. So I specifically work with our schools, elementary, middle, and high school. Our youth programs nationwide, we work with about 30,000 schools. We engage many, many districts, just like the ones here. I work with 7 different districts within my territory. Each one of you are very unique and different, Polk County being my largest. You have the most schools, the most students, so I'm really excited about our opportunity here as well. Not only do, we partner with the schools, I wanted to give you a brief overview or some of the highlights that we have. Our program includes more than just fundraising. It's more than just asking families to come in and make a $5 or $10 donation or asking their friends and family to make those donations. The schools that we partner with, they get to earn school givebacks. So that's something we're incredibly proud of. It's been part of our program for the last 40 years, is being able to give back and a financial contribution to those schools. So the schools earn a give back. The students, through their staff, and typically their PE teachers is who I generally work with, they get to focus and learn and continue to learn about their health, whole body wellness, and understanding those impacts. Something that is near and dear to my heart and is something that is going to be a focus for us this year is helping our families within the schools learn hands-only CPR and the warning signs of a stroke. So my brother was 25, I think I shared this, and he suffered with sudden cardiac arrest. He was a football coach. He was on the field during a practice when it happened. To say that it freaked out his athletes is an understatement. None of them knew what to do. Luckily, though, if you've ever watched a training video, if you're certified, the way the video happens, there were some adults that knew that kind of knew how to do it and how to do CPR. He's here, thankfully, to those individuals. But our goal this year through our youth programs is to teach more families is the key word, hands-only CPR. Over 350,000 deaths happen from sudden cardiac arrest, and generally most of them happen at home. So through our program, we are training generations of lifesavers, as we get to say. They get to learn how to help. Are any of you familiar with hands-only CPR? It's okay if you're not. Okay, I'll give you the 2 simple steps. So the first one, obviously, I say 3. I told Mr. Hyde this. I think there's 3, but we say 2. The first is recognizing that there is something happening, right? The second is calling 911. If you are not alone, please direct someone else to call 911. My daughter's like, Mom, don't just tell him to call 911. Look him in the eye. That's what she told me the other day. I was like, you're right. And the second is to push hard and fast on the chest for chest compressions. You can do that to the song Staying Alive. So if you can sing that song in your head to that beat, you can do it. If you're a new mom and you don't know that song, because I'm finding out kids don't know it, Baby Shark is the song that you can do. So if any of you aren't comfortable with it, I did this with Mr. Hyde. I am able to save your life, but would you be able to save mine? That's kind of the importance of this and why we're really targeting that with our students. So here's the fun part. I normally don't do this when I'm with students, but on this slide there is a QR code. If you feel so inclined and you are open to doing this, you can pull out your phone and you can open your camera and you can hover over that QR code. Part of our educational resources and what we provide our schools, which are all free and part of the programs, are things like this. So this is part of our STEM, or we're moving to STEAM activities. So students are able to open that, and fingers crossed that QR code worked. I tried it this morning. But when you interact with it, it should bring up the heart, and students can move it around and learn the different pieces of how to do that. So we're upgrading and we're adding the lungs in there. We're going to be adding the brain. So our program is expanded beyond just the physical education in the gym and the field. Our classroom teachers are able to use this. Again, we're doing things with STEM. Adding in art is something we're really excited about this year. So our program is moving from STEM to STEAM. They have all kinds of different things that can be done in science classes, experiments, structured movement activities within their classes, and those things. We do have some importance of sleep. Sounds crazy. We talk a little bit about this with our middle school and high school students. I always joke with them, say, I'm not telling you to sleep in class. That is not what this is. We just want you to understand how sleep affects the overall well-being of your body. In addition to lots of those, we have, a ton of educational resources here. We have some mindful breathing. If anybody wants those, I can send them. I always use them sometimes when I'm home, if I just need to kind of level set or take a few minutes to kind of transition from the different activities. We're starting a kindness club as part of our program, so students get to really understand how important it is to be kind, and it goes back to that mental well-being and overall health. Obviously, we need a lot more kindness in the world, so we're hoping to start that with our youth. This specifically, our vaping resources, we take a heavier approach in our middle and high schools. A lot of them don't understand the effects of it. They don't understand what it does. So we really kind of want to dispel some of those myths that they're learning about. Something that I learned that I didn't know before researching and when e-cigarettes came about is a Juul pod, which is typically the most common e-cigarette that students can get their hands on. One pod does contain the same amount of nicotine as one pack of cigarettes. So if you have a student, or if a student is, kind of going through a Juul pod a day, they're essentially absorbing in their body the same amount of nicotine as one pack of cigarettes, which is pretty scary. But we like to educate them and help them understand. We're not about scare tactics, but I think it's the more knowledgeable you are, the more you know, the more you can better yourself. We talked a little bit about hands-only CPR, so that's a component as part of our program this year, and making sure those families feel comfortable and can help save lives. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention how we do have opportunities for staff as well. Teachers, they can apply for professional development hours. If the district approves that, that just adds more to their bank and maybe one less thing they have to do on their plate. We do have virtual training opportunities. We have a virtual educator leadership series on many different topics, sometimes include guest speakers from superintendents, researchers, things like that. So we really try to open that up and offer opportunities for everyone to learn more. And I would again be remiss if I didn't mention staff well-being. Obviously, I know teachers and staff are the heart of what we do here. They lead our students, and so much like nurses, we need them to take care of themselves so that they can take care of our students and take care of them, be there for them when they need to be. So we work with your schools to kind of add those pieces in so that they have that information. This is a brief overview of our impact. So 9,700 families this past school year received heart healthy information. That's the heart attack signs and the stroke warning signs. We had 17 schools that participated. I am excited about growing that this year. I have a meeting next week I'm scheduling with Philip O'Brien, so I'm really pumped to start bringing more schools on board to impact more families. 1,600 students took a heart healthy challenge. 106 students learned hands-only CPR and the stroke warning signs. Really cool, $83,000 raised to fuel our mission, which is pretty powerful. You're my largest district that I work with, and I'm really proud to show that to you all. And then last but not least, over $6,000 given back to your schools that participated as well. We do have a top districts overview, so if you're a little bit competitive and you like to see where we rank among some of the other districts, you are number 12 within the state of Florida. So I know that will grow. Probably your closest in size, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be Broward, Orange, Hillsborough, Palm Beach. Is that right? About right size, maybe, I think. So you're right up there. And this year I'm gonna sneak you all up further. So we're gonna get there to move you all up on our, if you wanna call it a leaderboard. You can peruse this at your leisure when you're ready. These are the schools that are participating. And then I really wanted to share this. I shared this with Mr. Hyde as well. I'm really excited about furthering our impact here. Just looking at the schools that you have combined total, we're only reaching 17%. So imagine what we could do and how many families we can impact and lives we can save if we just bump that even up to 20%, I'm working with Dan and the PE supervisor, Tiffany. We set some goals yesterday. I've been told she's competitive. So we have some goals of number of schools we want to try to bring on board this year and reach, and then continue to grow that year over year. And then here's some pictures of our favorite, they're not my favorite, don't tell them that. Some of our schools here. I don't want anyone to feel slighted, but we have Juanita up in the top left there. That's Lake Alfred. And then obviously with Mr. Hyde, I had to give him a shout out in there. And then Chain of Lakes also. These are just some of the schools that I was able to snap some pictures with and say thank you in person. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
Ms. Miller,
Okay, sorry.
I didn't see your name. I didn't see
I
your hand, I'm
didn't know
sorry.
if we were being formal. He didn't know my name. He just said that.
What?
No, I just want to thank you for what you're doing. I really appreciate the information on vaping because that seems to be what our kids are struggling with now. And I know as a kid, it wasn't vaping, it was cigarettes, but the visuals that we were showed of like the complete black lung, like that visual stayed with me. And I think kids really kind of remember that stuff. Even if they do decide to make bad choices, they have, they understand the consequence of that, and maybe it won't be a lifetime commitment to that bad choice. But I would love to see us grow. I saw a couple of my schools, but I would love to see this grow across the district, especially for our more rural areas. And so I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's startling, the pictures. I do remember that too. When they showed us that black lung, it stuck with me. I think vaping and the way that the companies have positioned it, they've made it a safer alternative. And because it doesn't smell bad, they do all these really nice flavors and they taste like it. And when they breathe it out, it doesn't smell like that. I think that's very misleading to them. And I don't believe that they're stopping targeting our youth. Last year, there were over 1 million new applications sent into the FDA for approval for e-cigarettes and vapes. So I know that the FDA went through and they banned that, and the federal government helped with that, but the companies are still pushing back. So we have a lot of work to do and progress to get back to where we were with smoking, but that's definitely something that we do with our middle school and high schools especially. It's sad to hear the stories even of elementary students who tell me about their families. They begin to understand that importance and why they shouldn't, and they want to talk to their families about why they shouldn't do that. And so they recognize at a young age that their parents shouldn't be doing it. So hopefully the information we're giving them can be tools to help them have those conversations.
Dr. Allen?
Information, it really, both of these presentations connect. It really, back to back is important as we think about the whole child. I loved your I did get a little distracted, by the way, playing around with the AR,
I know,
the
it's
augmented
cool.
reality heart. So,
Yes.
so I would love to be in a classroom when you deploy that to see our students with their devices interacting. I mean, it really is a cutting edge little piece of technology there.
We knew we had some work to do over the last couple of years. Phones are a blessing and then our enemy, right? So we had to come up with some kind of a way to engage our students. And believe it or not, students think the heart looks like the one with the Valentine's Day. So we had to do some education on that, but it's about the size of your fist. So, mine's about this size. As I tell the kids, I'm grown. I'm not growing any taller, hopefully not any wider is my joke. And so my heart's gonna stay, about this size. So while it's not very large, and it's certainly not shaped like the heart on our Valentine's, it's a very powerful muscle that we need to take care of. And I think that kind of shows the importance of that.
Thanks, Michelle, appreciate you.
Awesome, thank you.
The next two presentations that will happen in September, we'll have Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and we'll also have YMCA joining us. And I'll send the board a comprehensive list of the next few months so you know who we're asking to have join us. At this time, I'd like to bring up Kim Long, Executive Director for Polk Vision. And I don't know if Ms. Coyle is joining her or, okay, she is not. I just know that she's been involved. And so what this is a reminder for the board. Pre-COVID, the board and the superintendent had moved to develop our own leadership academy. And the emphasis is not necessarily on leadership, the emphasis is on understanding Polk County Public Schools, how we operate, how we function, the various departments, and the initiatives that we have, and then obviously the metrics we use to evaluate success. And so, again, this unfortunately, as many things were, was sidelined by COVID. So Inside PCPS is making its resurgence. When I was first hired, Ms. Long, one of her first questions she had for me when we met was, would I continue to support this? I said yes. This is very much in alignment and something I was going to bring in my strategic plan initiatives to the board, because I think it's important. I had established what we call the Community Leadership Academy in my previous school district, where we actually had parents and representatives from each community apply. So we seated at least 2 members from each school and each one of our community-based organizations, because it was important for us to continue to ensure that everybody had a solid understanding of the school system. And what we did was we began by prioritizing those topics and themes that they had the greatest interest in, and then worked backwards from there. So it was very successful. We even brought the union in to talk about how does the union work in collaboration with administration. So those were very successful sessions, held them over 3 years. And quite honestly, what it does is it actually puts far more people out in the community who have a deeper understanding of the school district operations. So it's a great step towards, expanding one of our strategic plan goal areas. So I'm glad to see that this was already being adopted. But it does feed into engaging our communities and our family members at a deeper level. So Ms. Long's here to talk about that process and give you a brief overview and answer any questions that you may have. Ms. Long.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here, seeing all of you today. And Inside Polk County Public Schools is launching this Thursday, August 18th. The class members will be revealed to the community, as is our way with our leadership programs at our annual meeting. I hope all of you are planning to attend. It's this Thursday at 5:30 at the Lake Muir Center. Polk Vision and Polk County Public Schools, as the superintendent shared, began developing this program in 2019, but plans were halted due to COVID. However, we resumed plans earlier this year and together have developed a course that immerses community leaders in the complexities of our school district. Candidates for this inaugural class were selected from among Leadership Polk graduates by Polk County Public Schools community liaisons, with input from the Office of Strategic Planning and Partnerships and the Office of Communications. Potential class members received invitations by mail as early as April of this year. RSVPs were managed by Polk Vision, and we followed a tiered prioritization of potential candidates when managing respectful regrets. Those who were able to make the commitment will gain a new appreciation for the challenges and triumphs of the second largest employer in Polk County and one of the largest school districts in the nation. So this program includes an orientation and a graduation ceremony with 7 full-day sessions on various campuses and facilities across the district. So we'll be covering everything from school facilities and finance. We'll certainly be placing emphasis on whole child, strategic partnerships. We'll go from preschool, school nutrition, transportation, career and technical education, information technology, HR, teacher retention and athletics. Each of them will be participating in Principal for a Day. And we, of course, will not be leaving out fine arts, and they will be attending a work session, your work session in April. So this aligns, I'm happy to report, with the strategic goals. As you know, we've been assisting with the strategic planning initiatives for the school district, and we are happy to report that this fits neatly with engaging family and community, and we're striking all 3 strategies appearing in the strategic goal. So we hope you share in the excitement, and joining me here today is Reba Coyle, and Jeanette Crowley has played no short role in developing this program as well. And as you look at all of the cabinet members here behind me, they too have contributed to the curriculum. So I stand ready for any questions you may have at this time.
I know I had long conversations with Dr. Allen about this simply because he was transitioning at the time that this had been adopted. So We'll start with Ms. Wyatt and then go around the room.
I'm so excited this is finally launching. So we started, I think we had a meeting about this actually the week before the shutdown happened, where we had just collected kind of the skeletons of all of the different departments, what they were looking at. Orange County and Seminole have both done this for several years now and have had great experiences. And, you know, they kind of gave us the feedback of the first 2 classes should be people that are already your really cheerleaders, but the goal is to make sure that we have classes that are very diverse and that they can go out and tell our story to all corners of the community. So I'm thrilled to get it started, and I'm excited for it to be something that can continue and be used as a tool in years to come, to show people what we're really doing and what we're all about.
Thank you.
Ms. Fortney, then Ms. Miller.
I know I was at that meeting of the Central Florida School Board Association, and I was like, wait, what are y'all doing? And it has been on my mind ever since. So to see this as an achievement for our district, thank you so much, Kim Long and Superintendent Hyde.
Ms. Miller.
Just want to agree that I think this is going to help bring the message to Polk. People that don't have students in our schools or haven't been around in a while may not know what we're doing, and this will help only grow the support for the schools. So I really appreciate this effort, and I look forward to seeing the graduating class.
Yeah.
Ms. Fields.
I would just ditto what everyone else has said, and special emphasis on what Ms. Wyatt referenced as far as diversity. I think that we need to make sure that we have diversity, and the first group, in my opinion, is not that diverse. But I'm sure that when the next group comes, there will be more diversity, because I think it's very important that we hear from all pockets and all sectors of our community.
I appreciate your comments, and we did work for intentional diversity. I can assure you that the pool of letters that went out, we only were able to cast those individuals that were able to make the commitment. So we intentionally, as you know, Polk Vision seeks diversity across all sectors, all communities. So we will continue to strive in that way. And as the program matures, and as Ms. Wyatt mentioned, as we mature beyond the Leadership Polk graduate pool and we're able to recruit deeper and more meaningful relationships across the county, and we work out the pilot class, I think you'll see a broader spectrum of participation. And thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Long.
Thank you.
We're going to give our IT department a moment to update one of the presentations, and then we will continue. Madam Chair, I'm going to go somewhat out of order. I'm going to jump ahead to item number 9, and then obviously return back to the regular report agenda. I just think it makes more sense to go ahead and bring up the District Advisory Committee at this time.
Absolutely.
Since we just spoke about inside PCPS to maintain some sense of connectivity. So I will ask Ms. Crowley to make her way up to the front. And she will provide a review of the District Advisory Committee. She'd worked very closely with Mr. Green, our Deputy Superintendent, and myself, although they've done the majority of the work here to identify the process. As you know, those of you who have been on the board, District Advisory Committees are not foreign, and there were a lot of mandates that came with the DAC committee. In the past, we used to have to submit the DIAP, the District Improvement Plan, and so instructional and improvement plan, but that's no longer a requirement in statute. However, the DAC does serve an important role because it serves as a committee of stakeholders who can provide input as to priorities they feel that we should emphasize moving into a subsequent school year. And so as soon as Ms. Crowley is ready, as soon as Mr. Bruce. Go ahead, Ms. Crowley.
Thank you for the opportunity to share more about our District Advisory Council for the 2022 through 23 school year. As a reminder, it serves in an advisory role to the superintendent and will pay particular attention to the strategic plan goals for improving student performance and overall district improvement. Members will serve as a link between the district, schools, and the community. And no duties or powers may be delegated to the DAC that are reserved by law for the school board. Earlier this summer, we did have an application process. It was established as a new procedure to ensure that we were getting a diverse recruitment of our membership for the DAC that were dedicated to the vital role of representing our community and supporting the school district overall. We expanded to include an increased number of community stakeholders, which are inclusive of our community and faith-based leaders, business partners, civic organizations, parents, and SAC representatives. And I just want to share that we had an overwhelming response to our application process and nominations, and we had over 200 applications that were submitted for our District Advisory Council. So we had a well-rounded interest from our community that want to be a part and engage with our school system. Our expectations for our District Advisory Council members are that it's a one-year commitment for our general members. It's a 2-year commitment for executive members. We will vote on issues that become before the committee. We have a welcome and orientation that we have scheduled coming up August 31st. We also have 4 in-person meetings. And one of the goals for the district advisory is that because they're invested in, we want to make sure that they're there for every single meeting. So we do have a requirement that they have to attend at least 3 meetings of the 4 meetings. Otherwise, they will forfeit their seat because we need them there, we need them engaged, and we need them participating every meeting that we have. We only have 4 throughout the year, 5 in addition to the welcome and orientation. All the meetings will take place here at the Jim Miles Center for an hour and a half on the dates listed below. I just want to thank the superintendent as well as Mr. Green and Matt Campese for all of their help in getting this initiated, the new process and revamping initiated and started for us, because I think it's going to be really great. And we have some really, really good diverse community members who are invested within Polk County Public Schools who want to help grow and develop and just make us even better than what we are. In addition, I'd also like to thank our community liaisons that were part of the process with us, as well as our regional assistant superintendents too. Anybody have any questions?
Ms. Fields.
I don't have a question, but I want to commend the process of making sure that there is diversity is very strong. So I want to commend you all for making sure that that was a part of the process.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Ms. White.
And just going kind of off of what Ms. Fields was saying, I had a conversation with Superintendent Hyde last week, and I was so excited because I didn't know all of the names on the committee. So it's exciting to see people that maybe aren't in our buildings all the time and aren't quite as engaged getting involved. So thank you for making sure that it is a diverse group and that it's not all people that we see all day, every day. So
Absolutely. And something to point out too is when we had conversations is that we want to build our ambassadors, out there in the community that know what's going on and can speak to the great things that we have going on and inform any misunderstandings that maybe they're not aware of or that are misconceptions. And so if we have those individuals where we're building them as ambassadors, maybe that aren't fully engaged with this, then it's an opportunity for us to develop and grow them as well.
absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Thanks for the update. And both of these back-to-back has been very informative. I was just, thinking about for the ones that maybe couldn't commit to, that rigorous attendance policy that you noticed, or even with Ms. Long as well, and the ones that maybe didn't get back, how do we circle back to those in a sense to maybe give them other opportunities to serve in some different capacity?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked because there is lots of ways in which they can get involved with the school district as well as our community partners that support the school district. So in working with Mr. Green and Mr. Hyde and Mr. Campese, we're working on getting that communication out to them so that we can say, due to the overwhelming, the process and just the interest that maybe they can't commit this year. You know, unfortunately, we couldn't take everybody, but there are other opportunities, and here are the ways in which they can get involved. So we'll share that with them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Crowley.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we could push and get one more item in. Typically, we take a break around this time, but I'd like to go ahead and see if we can address the staffing position adjustments. So at this time, I'd like to bring Mr. Pitts forward.
Got two different areas I'd like to address today as far as staffing. You have a spreadsheet in front of you that I'm sure is very easy to read. Just in case you can't read it, I'll give you a little bit of information about what it's about. First of all, our accounting department, we've had resignations of our two most senior folks. So the request is to allow for succession planning. And what you have in front of you is that we have removed the senior manager of treasury and accounting. We've updated or increased the senior manager of accounting to the director of accounting, which includes job description changes to add the management of capital funds and treasury management. We've changed the senior manager of auxiliary accounting to an assistant director, which will add support for treasury management. And we have changed the senior analyst accountant to a senior coordinator, adding certain accounting entries associated with property accounting, and we've removed treasury from that position. So from the current structure to the proposed structure would be a savings of $21,372.24, not including benefits. Are there any questions on those changes? Yes, Ms. Fortney.
This isn't exactly about accounting and financing, but I'm worried about our payroll department and us working them, the few tiny mighty folks we have in there. Are we going to address that eventually?
I did have a meeting, or
Okay.
I won't say a meeting, a request
Okay.
recently, and I just haven't brought
Very
that
good.
back.
Thank you.
Actually, that has been addressed.
Okay.
And I know that Mr. Pitts continues to strive to find other options. But you may recall, we did adjust multiple salaries within that department. If I recall correctly, we also consolidated some positions to justify that because there was a willingness for them to continue carrying their current workload. We also did elevate their senior manager and others. And so, yes, we continue to focus on
Okay.
those areas. However,
I really meant number.
I think a lot of departments could continue to argue that they feel understaffed, and we have to be very careful moving forward. But yes, that's continually being reviewed.
Thank you.
And there are some services that we may choose to approach a different way. Some of those services that they provide may make more sense for us to outsource and take some of that burden off of them, rather than trying to hire full-time staff. But I'm not saying that's what we're doing,
Right.
but I think that's going to come out as part of the efficiency audit that we're going to talk about later, is how do we ensure that all of our processes are in place and that they are they're best positioned to address our needs moving forward.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Fields.
I had something, it's kind of not related, but is related. I know that we've made a lot of changes over the last, I know that we've made a lot of changes in positions over the last 2 months, I would say. And I want to know, when are we going to have an organizational chart that shows positions with names?
I will send that out to all of you, an updated org chart that shows the changes that we've made.
Thank you, that helps a lot. Thank you.
I had asked Mr. Pitts to hold off. You and I had spoken about that. You had requested that, but I did ask Mr. Pitts to hold off until we tried to get as many of these position changes through so we wouldn't have to continue to revise it, but we will absolutely get the most current version out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
On that topic of as changes are made and how we're notified, we talked a long time ago, this isn't really Jason Pitt's question, but maybe it is. The board needs to have some kind of chart organization. There's got to be an app there's got to be something that we can go to that quickly gives us this information without paper that needs to be updated every 2 weeks or 6 weeks. So I'm hoping we can be more efficient with that process.
Yeah, I don't know about an app, but our website.
There's got to be something.
I know Ms. Pasco's over there just twitching, thinking I'm going to ask her to develop another app out of the blue. If that's something that's a preferred mechanism, we could list that as a strategic plan goal and work towards that, so that they need to work to prioritize some of the projects they currently have, or they're going to be tasked with. But I would agree, and Mr. Geary and I and others have had conversations about the need to update our district website, and I think there is
Okay.
a mechanism there where there could be a drop-down menu, and you can click on it, and boom, there it is.
That's
There's
perfect.
the organizational chart for you. And making sure, more importantly, that it's compatible with phones. I mean, it's one thing to have a website, but it's another to make sure we have ADA compliance and that it's compatible with cell phones so that you can actually see it in its totality and it's searchable. So we can definitely work to address that. So once Mr. Pitts and the team update the current strategic plan, that will be posted, but then we've got to figure out a way to filter it and put it on hot buttons so that you can click and find individuals right away.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Mr. Pitts, just a minor little question. Well, first of all, thanks for, the efficiency from a monetary standpoint, bringing dollars back into the general fund. And I think this sort of goes off of what Ms. Fortney was saying but I'm looking specifically at this structural change here. So we're going from 5 employees to 4. So what would be your process in, mitigating or, managing the change of workload and different things like that? What was your process to address some of those changes?
One of these positions that we're removing was recently added just a couple of years ago. But the primary strategy is to provide some succession planning and to make our positions a little more in line with industry pay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you mentioned we lost 2.
But I would expand on that too, Dr. Allen. Respectfully, if you look at the attachments, you see the extent to which all those job descriptions were revised. So simply because the position exists, is it truly justified? And this process was not done in isolation of employees. They were able to provide feedback. And as I shared, we didn't elevate anyone's position and cash in a vacancy without an acknowledgement that, yes, I'm willing to continue taking on this workload. So that's the evaluation that took place, which is started with, is this job description accurately reflective of your duties and responsibilities? If not, please inform us. And you see all the strike through language and new underlined language in those job descriptions that were brought before the board. Additionally, the conversations were had with those employees. Right now, whenever a vacancy exists, they are carrying that workload regardless. And so we did want to afford them the opportunity to say, yes, I want to continue doing this because I want an elevated salary. And so that was the option we gave them. However, what Mr. Pitts and others, and again, which will come out of this efficiency audit, is are we staffed adequately? Or are we asking too much of too few people? And then that has to create a whole other conversation. But I believe it will show that we've started over this first year alone, and the year in review will not be presented today. I'm actually going to bring it in September because there's just too many other topics, and strategic plan is going to take us some time today. But I think it's important for us to acknowledge the amount of money and revenue that we have brought back into the district throughout this process alone, at the same time elevating salaries across the district in various roles. And so we have done a concerted effort and brought back several $1 million this year alone in eliminated contracted services, in canceling out vacant positions and restructuring departments. In addition, Ms. Jenkins has done a commendable job working with Mr. Pitts and others to refinance some of our bond debt, and has saved us close to $300,000. I mean, so this adds up, and every time we have an opportunity to save $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, I think what it does is, quite honestly, we bank that money. It's used where it should be used to directly impact student learning and our staff at the school level. But then there's an argument to be made, well, if we have the budget roll at the end of the year, then do we need to reevaluate departments? And then we prioritize them as we are school level. So as the board recalls, we adopted a new school support staffing model, allocation model. That's going to take us multiple years to integrate. I think the district has to follow suit, that as changes occur, we'll prioritize departments, like which is the most critical and crucial in our operations. How then do we make sure that they're staffed adequately? So I think there's been multiple steps to address your question that help reflect how we've approached this. And then I'm going to be, I think it seems like the most ridiculous part of the answer, but part of it is just being attentive to our employees. I think we have to listen, and Mr. Pitts does a very good job of this, actually, as does Ms. Jenkins and others. They meet with the departments, they keep an ear to the ground to ensure that there isn't a level of dissatisfaction, that people are feeling more satisfied in their jobs. Morale and culture are big areas that we need to continue to focus on, and they've done a great job in helping to establish that and creating a pipeline where people feel safe and comfortable sharing their concerns. And we have an obligation to be responsive. What you see before you today is a great example of that, as a matter of fact. As hard as we've worked to capture as many positions as possible, there are all these singleton issues, and we have found there's a domino effect that we move one position, well, then that then justifies or requires us a reevaluation of another position. And so Mr. Pitts and the team have been incredibly responsive to that to date, and I'm proud of the work that they've done. It's not an easy job. Between HR, Mr. Warren, and everyone else, this has been a heavy task to accomplish in 1 year.
So thanks for being very thorough.
Mrs. Jenkins reminded me that the senior manager of Treasury had been unfilled for a few months, and we tried to hire. We divided up those duties, and that's why the elimination of that position.
Great. Okay.
Any other questions on accounting? I have one more position that I am requesting. This is to bring back the Director of Discipline. This will help align with the new Specialized Student Services Division. This will allow the department to better serve schools in the following ways: training of deans and assistant principals, and allow for follow-up at specified intervals. Allow the director and senior director to work directly with schools on discipline and safety plans. Increase the number of site visits. Allow for an additional one-on-one training at the school level, and increase the capacity to have discipline and DJJ hearings done in a timely manner. The cost of the Director for Specialized Student Services is $89,785. It will be initially funded from ESSER, and in following years will be funded from title funds.
Ms. Fortney and Ms. Fields.
How will that get filled, that new position, or be in-house, or will we seek somebody from, have we made that determination?
I don't want to speak out of turn. As far as I know, it will be posted.
Posted, that's what
Yes.
I mean, okay.
Ms. Fields?
Is this the position that Mr. Bondurant had years ago?
Yes, ma'am. It originally, when his position was upgraded to a senior director, we did have this in the budget, but over the past year or two, it was dropped out of the budget. But the reason we'd like to bring it back is for the additional services that that division is holding. And attached is a revision of that job description.
I was looking at that.
It's the very last document in the attachment that was attached.
And I would assume that the level of work has increased quite a bit, and that Mr. Butler has a very limited staff, and this is going to help to move us in a positive way related to discipline. Is that the rationale for bringing this position back?
Yes, ma'am, and we did add several truancy officers this summer to that division.
I remember that, and I would just say that I think that it's something that's going to be beneficial for our students and for our families and for our staff. I just want to make sure, perception sometimes is that the person has already been selected. And so we need to make sure that it's understood that the person has not been selected, and folks need to be encouraged to apply if they qualify for it.
Yes, ma'am. Great point. Ms. Miller?
We have a work session on this department after a few months of this. We've had some in the past, we've had a response team that you could call. Like, things have changed, especially after COVID, with discipline and response. And talking about the department and what they do, and especially with the addition of the truancy officers, I think would be beneficial for staff and for the community. I just want to say one thing. We've never, this is speaking as a community member, we need to make sure that when we're training district staff and principals and assistant principals, which I'm hoping this role will do, that we're including the law related to students with disabilities. I've been to one too many manifestation meetings where it was a crisis that could have been avoided if the people had been trained to understand the process. We could have helped the school out before they went into crisis. We could have helped the student out before they went into a crisis. So I want to make sure that whoever is chosen for that works closely with the ESC department to make sure they are delivering that information along with all the other trainings that will be needed. It'll help us in the long run from putting out fires that don't need to be started. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? This will be brought back at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Madam Chair, would you like to take a break? Okay, we will
Yes,
take a
we
10-minute
would.
recess. It is currently 1:41. I would ask everyone to be back at 1:51. I know that Ms. Cunningham was delayed. She should be here shortly.
And we are back. I'm going to hand it back over to Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and community members, thank you for returning after a brief break. At this time, we'll move on to item number 5, the 2023 District Turnaround School Supplemental Services Allocation and the plans that we submit to the Department of Education. Here to present today, we have Ms. Nicole Bennett. And Ms. Bennett will make her way to the front with us.
Good
Good afternoon.
All right. Again, my name is Nicole Bennett, Senior Director for School Improvement under the direction of Patricia Barnes. And I'm here just to share with you information on TISA, Turnaround School Supplemental Services Allocation, and just share with you in that we're requesting approval of this budget so we can get the application in to get funds to the schools that fall under TISA. This is just a timeline of just pretty much how the budget works today, presenting it to you. By September 1st, we need the approval to happen and the plan to be submitted. And then by September 10th, if they deem it okay with the Bureau of School Improvement, then the disbursements will happen for the schools that fall under this budget. In October, there'll be a recalculation based on the Survey 2 data. And then next year in February, there'll be a recalculation of funds that will be finalized. And these funding allocations are preliminary. We have 10 schools that fall under this allocation this year, so you can see who those schools are. The Bureau of School Improvement has allocated $2,451,435 to be distributed to these schools, and again, it's based on the school's FTE in terms of how much each school receives. It's not just money that they get. They do have to have a plan for how they're going to spend those funds. And there's 6 plan items that has to be addressed. One of those plan items is under family and community partnerships. Another one is academic and character standards, parental involvement, incentives for instructional personnel, professional development, and focused instruction. So really aligning it to the school improvement plan and just the needs of the schools themselves. TISA is wonderful because it does allow for those wraparound services that maybe some of the other federal grants do not give schools. Some of the things that you can get with TISA, and I really push my schools around, is like food pantries. They can provide that for family, clothing closets to help support uniforms for students and different things like that, extended learning programs after school, different things like that. So it's a really nice grant to help schools. These next couple of slides just kind of share with you the information that I have to input that has to be submitted. It just shows just kind of the different sections because if we're providing professional development, we can't just say I want to allocate $10,000 per professional development. I need to know what the professional development is, how many days, for how many hours, and at what rate or cost are we paying those individuals that are attending the professional development. Also, if we're doing a food pantry, what type of items are we wanting to have for the food pantry? I always suggest enough to make like a meal, like, jars of spaghetti sauce, spaghetti noodles, different things like that that will help support the families, and you can bag it up and they can come pick it up. Uniforms, let's get enough that each child can get like 2 shirts, 1 bottom, different things like that. TISA can also fund like health products as well. Those things that pre-K students might need, like diapers, wipes, socks, different things like that. So it really allows schools to really serve the needs of our families that these things might create barriers for. This is just another example. Each plan item that they address, they also have to indicate the activity under that plan item. There should be a description, and then there should also be a budgeted amount for the different plan items and activities that they're wanting to do. And then the application allows for a budget summary, so a school can see just how much they've spent from their budget. And then these are just, again, some of the things that they're allowed to spend the TISA funds on. So those tutorial after-school programs, extended day, during the day tutoring, programs that develop a culture, so anything like PBIS related to support behavior incentives and different things like that within the classroom setting, college and career readiness programs, different counseling programs where they can bring in individuals to do parent involvement activities and different things like that with our families. Again, the food and clothing banks, the health services, the drug prevention program. I'm glad I heard from the American Heart Association because I can talk to some of my schools about probably tapping into that resource as well and have her come out to the school. Office supplies, so classroom teacher supplies, supplies for students, all those different things to help support the needs of the school. And then that's it.
Any questions? Ms. Fields?
I think this is a great opportunity for all of the schools here, but my question is accountability and monitoring. How does that work?
So as they do the plan items, pretty much anything that they ask for or request, we have to make sure that it happens. And BSI does check on that and make sure that it's happened. The one key part to TISA is we have to do things that are sustainable. So when they're putting their descriptions and activities in, they have to do it as if, hey, if you didn't have this money, how would you still sustain that and whatnot? So if you couldn't get uniforms, if you couldn't have the food banks, how do you plan to still sustain that? So they have to even have a plan around after not having this money as well. But it has to be monitored, whatever they're spending it on. They can't say, I want to spend $10,000 on this, but then go spend the $10,000 on something else. That's not allowable. Whatever's in the plan is what has to be purchased. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, not seeing any other, oh, Ms. Fortney?
Does office supplies include like ink cartridges?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Okay.
Toner,
Yes,
copy paper,
because that was
all
what
that.
we always ran out of. Okay.
Yep, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The next item, board members, we're going to segue into strategic plan. As I shared, we're going to break this out over multiple sessions because there's quite a bit to cover. Today's presentation, especially since we're talking about goals 1 and 2, goal number 1 is student outcomes or academic attainment. And I think it's important for us to go back and revisit the discussion we had at our workshop. And so what I've had the staff do, the team do, is update that Excel spreadsheet. I'll send the formal spreadsheet in an update to the board, but I've included screenshots from each respective area. As the board recalls, we transitioned in our academic goals and in our goal setting this year to ensure that we're inclusive of all subgroups. And so what you'll start to see here in the area we're titling academic goals is we start with our reading targets. The board was adamant that we establish a baseline at the end of the 22-23 school year, knowing that we're adopting a new assessment. However, as I indicated and shared with the board, we definitely want to make sure that we are tracking our progress to date, and all of our progress and our goals that we establish ensure that we're making progress towards not only the state average, but also ensuring that we're being more competitive with our role-alike and size-alike commensurate groups. I'm not going to read every single subgroup in each slide because there's quite a few slides, but it is important for us, and as we've shared and discussed before, that our commitment to core instruction and ensuring that students graduate and they're proficient and that they can be competitive, it starts in kindergarten and pre-K. And so we have to establish that we don't allow students to get lost in the shuffle. A generic approach to school performance indicators or school outcomes, where we talk about the totality of a school's performance, it's fine for generalities. The problem is there are always segments or groups within that overall average that are consistently underperforming. If I recall our conversation from workshop previously correctly, I believe it was Ms. Miller and others who attested to the fact that we love our graduation rate, but our students with disabilities, especially those within certain disabilities in the ESE subgroup, that their graduation rate is nowhere near our overarching graduation rate, four-year graduation rate. So it is important for us to look at these schools, and I'll remind everyone, an A school still has large numbers of students who are not attaining yearly growth or meeting proficiency. And so we can't allow those numbers to, again, get hidden simply because the numerator and denominator works in their favor. This strategy works to counter that. And it creates a higher level of accountability for myself and for the cabinet, for our building leaders and everyone else. But respectfully, that's where the accountability should be. We need to ensure that our goals and that we're identifying every single group of students. And again, we're not using generalities in our data sets to say, hey, we feel good about this data. And I hate to phrase it that way, but there are a lot of feel-goods sometimes in the data. But when you actually drill down and you look at how we perform, this is a great example. So when you look at 2021 and 2022, and we look at the overall reading, this is the totality of reading across all grade levels, not just third grade. You see that our reading performance in 21-22 is at 44%. Yet when you look at students with disabilities, it's at 17.2% of students reading on grade level, minimally at grade level 3. That's not acceptable, to have that level of disproportionality amongst our groups. And I will be the first to agree that when you look at students and you look at subgroups, there's any number of issues that can arise or that we can point to that serve as good examples about why students aren't being successful. And I think it's our obligation to acknowledge those, but more importantly, it's our obligation to then say, but what now? Because at the end of the day, these students are still waiting on us to do the right thing. And a lot of our schools, despite these challenges that they face every single year with very similar demographic groups, thrive every single year because they create a culture where anything less than acceptable performance is not acceptable. And so I commend them for that continued focus. So this will help force this issue for all of us. We need to own this data. I need to own this data as superintendent. My cabinet needs to own this data. And I think it's important that our community sees that we're not trying to hide or mislead with our data set. So reading is a great example. Here's the math targets. This excludes algebra and upper level courses. This is really elementary and traditional middle school mathematics. You see the overall performance there. And you do see a lot of similar numbers amongst our students, but you still see disproportionality between our white students at 55.1% and our black students and our Hispanic students. There's a very significant disproportionality there. And so we have to strive to close that gap. As we discussed previously, the district's goal will be to improve each year overall by 2 to 3 percentage points. That amongst any circles that you look at for school reform, school improvement, that number, when you look at the total number of our population, I think sometimes people see a percentage and they're like, wow, that's really low. But most often they don't realize that now with almost 116,000 students attending in Polk County Public Schools, the reality is that 2 to 3% equates to a rather large number at each grade level. And so we have to move all those students commensurately. Science targets have been established. Social studies targets have been established. Acceleration and advanced placement targets have been established. And if you recall from our workshop, I provided a very comprehensive data set. Reading and mathematics are fundamental. And so is writing, so is science, so are social studies. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're focusing on all of the components in which our schools are evaluated, not just in an effort to improve their grades, and I would be lying if I didn't say that there is an absolute focus there. Acceleration is a great example. We do not get or earn the amount of acceleration points that we should every year. I know, Dr. Allen, you and I had a recent conversation or email exchange related to your concerns with seeing dual enrollment decline. Dual enrollment is one of the factors that calculates our acceleration, and you were particularly concerned for some of our student subgroups, especially, I believe, if I recall correctly, our African-American black students. And so it's important that we focus on that. So acceleration is included. You also see here AP, advanced placement exams, but you're also seeing not only AP, and I think it's important for us to also reflect when we talk about outcomes, really, when we're talking about core instruction, we talk about what are we really emphasizing every day in school. It's really this. But we've got to make sure that also our students not only have a high participation rate, but they also have a high passing rate. And far too often, students don't take the test. You can have a very large percentage of students participating in AP, but if they don't take the test, then they're forfeiting free college credit. And really, at the end of the day, most colleges and universities now recalculate GPAs. So even if a school district provides a weighted GPA factor for a student who passes an AP class, in a lot of places, that weighted GPA is no longer issued unless the student gets a 3 or higher. And to be clear, most colleges and universities do not calculate the weighted GPA that we submit. They recalculate the GPA for each and every single student that comes through the door in their application because they weight them differently. And the reason for that is there are very disproportionate systems across the states. I mean, it's not uncommon. The Carolinas, I wish I could recall which it was, whether it was North Carolina, South Carolina, actually spent a considerable amount of time evaluating their GPA weighting as a state because they had students earning a 6.5 or a 6.7, which never should have happened in their system, and they felt it was very disproportionate. And so they actually realigned their processes, and many states have. So you see here again, we talk about participation rate. We also talk about passing rate. We also broke it out by demographic subgroup. I think it's incredibly important for us to continue to thrive to say that are we ensuring that all of our students are getting equal access to rigorous coursework? That starts, again, with third grade reading. If a student's not reading on grade level by grade 3, the reality of it is very few of them historically will gain access to rigorous coursework because they end up in remedial reading courses, and then students may largely become disenfranchised. Then they don't apply themselves to the assessment because they're frustrated that they're forfeiting electives and other things because I have to take this stupid, I'm paraphrasing what I've heard students say, this stupid reading class that's not helping me. And the reality of it is we have to create a system that incentivizes students to do well there. But we are tracking and monitoring all of our subgroups, not only in their participation rate, but more importantly in their passing rate. International Baccalaureate is also included here. Cambridge has their own criteria as well. The board will recall that we moved at least one administrator at every school building to go to 12 months. That is very consistent with a process that you had in place previously for a lead for each academy. However, what we integrated there was the PIP, the Program Improvement Plan, very similar to the School Improvement Plan. So as we elevated those positions to be 12 months, we placed a heavier emphasis and responsibility on them to ensure that we're improving our participation rates, that they're recruiting new students to come into the program, they're maintaining a high retention rate amongst the students that enroll, and again, I think really important, more importantly, is the completion rate. What percentage of our students started in a program and successfully completed it by year 3 or year 4? So IB is included here. Dual enrollment is included. The demographic subgroups will be populated later. Assessment accountability is still working through some data reports. Cambridge, you see, is listed here. Same thing. We track participation and performance and passing rates. We also included graduation and dropout rates. So we have and finally, we have our teacher retention rates. Very pleased with the fact that in 21-22, we saw an 8 percentage point improvement of our total retention rate amongst our teachers. And I give Ms. Solano and her team, I give, quite honestly, Ms. Bird and others a lot of credit because they initiated our recruitment and retention program and department. And you can see over the years, to go in just 4 years from 53% to 80%, that's incredible. That really is a real strong indicator of the fact that we're working as hard as we can to ensure that our employees feel supported and that Polk County Public Schools is a great place to work. The salaries will never be enough. We acknowledge that. And there's a lot of facing public education, but I'm pleased to see the continual progress year after year. Ms. Fortney.
I know I've asked you before, and you told me we have over 40% of our teacher retention at 14 years or higher.
I believe that.
Are we
that's an
still
accurate
tracking
number.
that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So I asked Mr. Warren to pull a report recently. I did share that with the board that showed a file. My understanding was when I migrated it to the board, the data did not completely transfer, and I need to make sure I include that again in this week's update. But they did provide me with a total comprehensive breakdown. We did eliminate names simply to protect our employees, and so you get the total number of employees by how many years of service they've had here in Polk County. And it's quite impressive. Again, I think Ms. Solano and her team and Mr. Warren and his team deserve a lot of credit for the improved retention rates over the years. So we start with all of this because, again, our core business is education, and that's why we lead with goal number 1, student outcomes or academic attainment. And so what you see here, and I think what the community sees, is a real focused effort on ensuring that we have committed ourselves to our core business, which is educating students and making sure that they're productive and can perform adequately upon graduation. And many of you have heard me say, in a perfect scenario, when people ask me, you know, Mr. Hyde, if you could paint a picture of what success looks like, many of you have heard me, many people in the community have heard me say, I always use the same example. I literally see the stock market floor on the side of a stage at graduation, where everyone's clamoring not to bid on items and commodities, but because they're fighting for our kids. So you've got the military branches fighting for our kids. You've got higher institutions of learning fighting for our kids. You've got trades fighting for our kids, not because they're necessarily in competition with each other, but the quality of the student that we're producing each and every year is at that level, where people are incredibly respectful and understanding and excited about the graduates, and that they know that that student can walk right into the door regardless of what they choose to do post-secondary and be successful. So that's the vision. That's where we're heading. And I know everyone has questions. So the road to the A, right? So it'd be easy for me to say we have a road to the B. We are only 17 points away from a B. Last school year, we closed the gap 37 points. Had we taken the district grade again the year prior in COVID when I was first hired and I transitioned, the district grade would have been a C, and it would have been significantly lower than where it is here. Within 1 year, we closed the gap by 37 points. We are 17 points away from a B. If we meet all of the expectations across the board, we will be well into the middle of the B range of the school score. And so I think that's important to highlight again. If we meet all of our metrics, we will exceed the 17 points needed to earn a B. So that is our goal. That is what we strive for. But the B is not our end-all, be-all. Until every student's graduating, we have a 100% graduation rate, 100% passing rate, and we hit that A, that's what we're striving for. Because I refuse to accept, or I refuse to take a position that says that Polk County can do anything less. Our kids are just as smart, they're just as competitive, and we have great teachers that I would put up against anyone else. And with the right supports and with the right enthusiasm and the right resources, we will thrive and we will be successful. So Dr. Allen, you asked me this a few meetings ago, especially when we were talking about students and parents choosing to go elsewhere. And one of your questions to me at the time was, what are we doing about that? And I think we have to raise the bar. I think we have to acknowledge our deficiencies. We have to set high goals like this, aggressive goals like this. We also have to put the resources in place to ensure we're successful. But at the end of the day, we're here to compete. And without that attitude and without that approach, we can't compete. Because what we do is we by default give people a reason and a justification to have excuses not to compete and not to raise the bar. And we can't support that. That's not our culture. Our culture here is to thrive for excellence. And I'm very proud of our employees across the board who help support that every day. So that's, again, just a recap of what we discussed at our workshop several months ago. I felt it was important to revisit that, so let me get into goals 1 and 2. We do have 5 strategic plan goal areas. Again, student outcomes, developing great teachers and leaders, engaging families and community members, efficient and equitable use of finances, and obviously the whole child. So goal number 1 is student outcomes. In addition to our academic targets, these initiatives will help us ensure that we remain focused on our core academic outcomes. So each department, the board was very concerned with, Mr. Hyde, how are you going to develop the strategic plan? And the feedback that was provided to Polk Vision, who helped mediate some of your feedback and brought it back to me, was 2 things. We want to make sure that the strategic plan is not just a plan that my office creates or that the board and my office create in isolation from our stakeholders. And so our stakeholders have been included from the very get-go. We didn't even begin the strategic plan until after we did Portrait of a Graduate. So we allowed our parents, our business community members, everybody who's in Polk County, an opportunity to tell us what are the 10 most important characteristics and qualities that we want to see in a high school graduate. And then once we identified those, we began working and problem solving, working backwards. The board's other point of concern was, Mr. Hyde, we want to make sure that this is reflective of our school's needs. And so we actually did that. Ms. Long and her group and several others met with us and Mr. Campisi, who works out of Mr. Green's office. We met with them. We had conducted the analysis on all the school improvement plan initiatives that our schools had listed as their priorities, and those are captured in everything that we're doing. And so the schools, I want to reiterate, the community and our school-based leaders are what's primarily driving the strategic plan. There are areas outside of them that I am driving because, quite frankly, as I look at our district and I talk to my cabinet and they're driving this, I shouldn't necessarily take credit for that, but they see opportunities as well. But all of those opportunities are in alignment. They're not in contradiction to the needs that have been expressed by our parents, our community members, or our school administrators and our school staff. So there's a lot listed here. I'm not going to read every single one of them to you, but I wanted to show you how the objectives work. Again, this is all goal number 1. You see the department off to the right. You see the objective off to the left. So the first one is review and revise the district's multi-tiered systems of supports, the MTSS model, including aligning all instructional supports, resources, and interventions for curriculum and/or staff members to ensure academic progress of students requiring level 2 and level 3 interventions. Let me simplify that. The MTSS process is a pyramid. It has 3 levels to it, 1, 2, 3. Level 1, it's kind of a weird approach to this, but just follow me for a moment. Level 1 is the base, the widest portion. The reason it's the biggest and widest portion is it's what all students get. Level 2 is what we call core plus more. So our core instruction, let's look at elementary school as an example, the Wonders curriculum, which is what we've adopted, and then what do students who are struggling with reading require beyond that. And so that would be any one of our aligned reading intervention programs. For certain students, it may be Achieve 3000. For other students, it's corrective reading. We're revisiting all of our schools. In fact, corrective reading training is taking place today in all of our schools. And it's taking place throughout the week and coming weeks to make sure everybody's on pace to best implement that. And then Tier 3, or the top of the pyramid, it's the smallest because it represents the smallest group of students who require additional intervention beyond the level 2 intervention. They require something substantive, something very different. Barton, for example, is a great reading program. It's typically used with students who have been identified as having dyslexia or other reading challenges. It's incredibly beneficial to those students, but the reason why it's a Tier 3 intervention is we always try a Tier 2 intervention first, and if a student's unresponsive to Tier 2, we move them to Tier 3. That's just simply how the process works. But it's important for a process like Barton for us to have that in place. But I want to clarify, it is incredibly burdensome because it is a one-on-one program. It is not small group, whole group. It is individual students at a time getting significant and very intensive interventions to help them and provide them a foundation in literacy. So that's one example. I'll pick another: increased collaboration between student services and the curriculum department to ensure that ESE strategies and best practices are incorporated in trainings for all teachers. We obviously need to make sure that every classroom teacher has an understanding of those best practices. Strategies that work for students with exceptionalities will benefit and work for every single student in our organization. And we have recognized for a very long time that not all students learn the same way, and that modification within the classroom setting is required. We have to look at our students. How do we truly differentiate within our classrooms to best meet the needs of our learners? And part of this is ensuring that they have knowledge of these strategies. It's also important and imperative for us that as students are going through our school system, they may or may not have been identified, and they may be going through the process of identification. But there's a time frame that takes place before that student can be referred, and the data is collected and analyzed to provide justification for potential staffing. However, we still have an obligation to serve the student, so ensuring that our staff have all of these crucial trainings is imperative to ensure that they can ultimately be successful with outcomes for our students. Review, revise, and create 3-year high school programs that result in students attaining industry certification and ensures that students meet high school graduation requirements. This gets back to the PIP, one of the areas that we talked about earlier, the program improvement plan. Having students enroll in academy or a career academy or any of our incredible models that we have at high school is fantastic. Making sure they stay in the program, and more importantly, they complete the program and leave there with a certificate in their hand that makes them competitive is the ultimate goal. And so we need to focus with far more intentionality to do that. We also need, as we've talked about, to expand the programs. We've just recently done that now with CFAA. I know there was some initial concern about CFAA and the enrollment. the potential expansion. However, let's be honest, and I know Ms. Fields and I have had a conversation about this, CFA is seeing the highest enrollment they've ever had right now. And the team has actually went out there yesterday to work with them to address their staffing to ensure that they have the appropriate number of staff so that we're not turning students away. That is not what Polk County Public Schools is about. We have never supported anyone to turn away students and say, well, I don't have enough teachers, I don't have the sections. That's what 10-day count is for. And that's something we have to continue to remind everyone, is that interest drives our staffing, not our preference for how many staff we put at a school to save money. So it's imperative that we shift that culture a bit back. So I'm pleased with the work that's being done there. And again, that will provide that school with far more flexibility so that they can expand some of their core academic options, especially in the realm of dual enrollment and AP coursework. Because right now they're limited to 1 or 2 AP classes because they felt they had to constrict their schedule. So I use them as a good example here. We are developing new programs, as you see here, developing an LPN program options for at least 2 high schools to launch in 23-24. I am actually scheduled to have a conversation with Dr. Falconetti either this week or early next week to ensure that we're making progress towards this goal. That is something, as you know, our medical programs are the largest and have the highest interest across the district. It really is crucial that we expand it to include medical assistant and LPN, because those are the 2 professions right now that are in high demand from all of our local agencies. And quite frankly, I want to fulfill that need, but more importantly, I want to give our kids the greatest earning potential that they can have coming right out of high school. So I think that's important for us to acknowledge as well. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Forty.
Before you leave that slide, if my math is right, I'm looking at this and there are 11 objectives, and out of that, counseling or guidance is in 9 of those.
That is correct.
Right. Okay. Because do we have those folks yet, or?
Well, this is more about Ms. Everett
Okay.
and her team.
Thank
So
you.
if Ms. Everett's here, she has big shoulders. She's a very strong individual. She'll do just fine.
I know.
But it's a collaborative process. I didn't want to be exclusive of departments because I think that's how you get siloed.
Right.
So I wanted to make sure.
I
we
just
tried
want to make sure
Yes,
the
ma'am.
importance was shown of guidance and school counselors
ma'am.
and et cetera.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. There are more slides related to different objectives. Again, and my goal is not to read every single one of you because we will be here for the rest of the evening. But again, we see more work-based learning opportunities. There are several in here that will speak to many of your concerns that you shared with me, especially as it relates to programs for our students with disabilities, that we need stronger and more relevant transition programs. We have historically allowed transition programs to really shift towards low-level, low-interest, trivial type applications. And our students are far capable of far more and greater challenges ahead of them, as other organizations who we partner with have shown. So it's incumbent upon us to continue to seek opportunities to expand those options for our students. And again, make them more meaningful, more relevant, and give them options for higher earning potential as well. Ms. Miller.
I feel like you were talking right to me. Were you talking right to me?
Several of you have commented,
Okay,
but yes, ma'am, that's been a passion of yours.
Transition, because there's so much opportunities for our kids, and I just want to say that in the past, Polk State College was very interested in learning more about how they could serve that population, and even having transition opportunities on their campus. We used to have them at Florida Southern long ago, and even Southeastern, but we don't. And I'm more concerned with the east side of the county, that Winter Haven campus. So in your meeting, if you can add an agenda item, that would be great to see if they're still very interested. The last time they were excited to talk about it, it just didn't go far, and then COVID happened. So I'm hoping we can expand, especially on the east side of the county, opportunities for kids. Thank you.
Yeah, and while Ms. Castle has not been here a long period of time, you can see her department is referenced in here quite frequently. She has really done a great job trying to work with her team to evaluate our current level of performance and support services and making strong recommendations, where do we need to go to see some enhancements. So pre-K is a great example of that, enhancing our ESE pre-K with primarily focusing initially on our curriculum. Do we have the most appropriate, developmentally appropriate curriculum for our students? And so we'll be researching that and making a recommendation before the board. You also see decreasing the dropout rate for students with disabilities. It is one of our concerning areas. And again, when you go back to the initial data that we set for the baseline, and I shared that a few moments ago, that's definitely an area we have to continue to focus on. So I'm proud of the fact that everyone has jumped in and has provided examples of their objectives that will be attained. All of these have to be completed by the end of the year. And so what Ms. Crowley, if you recall, we made a modification in Ms. Crowley's job description. She is now also over strategic partnerships and planning. So Ms. Crowley will work, and she will actually monitor each and every one of the approved initiatives through those departments and their leads. And then each quarter, she will actually monitor it on a monthly basis internally, but you will get a quarterly update publicly at a school board meeting or a workshop where we acknowledge the progress being made towards each and every one of these initiatives. And so you'll see this initiative's at 25% or this initiative's at 30%. If an initiative we feel is off pace or off track, there will actually be an explanation as to why. And many times the reason for that is not because they're not making effort or strides towards accomplishing that, but many times what you find, especially with new initiatives, is we failed to consider something that serves as a barrier to making that happen first and foremost. So we have to eliminate the barrier before we can make the progress. But that's important that we acknowledge that publicly, right? This is not a plan that sits on a shelf. This drives our work and our initiatives and our focus and where our investments are. These are our priorities, and it's important for us to have those. You'll notice core academics are not necessarily listed in here. The reason why, I spent the first 30 minutes of this presentation covering all those core academic areas. So that sits outside of this, but is connected because it is student outcomes and academic achievement. But these are the systems and supports that will ensure, that once in place, will ensure success towards those goals. Ms. Miller.
On that second slide, to increase communication and collaboration in the Learning Support Division, administrative meetings will consistently occur as outlined. It says the Department of Student Services and. Is there another department there?
It got cut off. When this got transposed, some of the cells readjusted, so there is some information that got cut off.
Okay.
But you are getting a comprehensive Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
And we can attach that, and I'll make sure it gets attached back to board docs as well.
Thank
So
you.
that everyone can see that information.
Thank you.
I can get you hard copies, yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, goal number 2, developing great teachers and leaders. Obviously, this goal is important for us. It creates pathways to success and advancement that don't require people leaving the classroom. We've talked about this. I just acknowledged that we have one of the highest retention rates we've had in years at 80%. I mean, what a great accomplishment. But part of it, too, is how do we keep them where they're at and make them feel respected and valued, and don't force people into a process where most think, okay, if I'm going to make any money or I want to advance, I must leave the classroom to do so. If you recall, just at the last meeting, I presented a coaching model option that we are exploring as a result of goal number 2, where teachers, once they complete those courses, we are going to submit, and we are in the process of submitting an application to the state to create a new certification just for those individuals, that they will be called school-based or embedded coaches. And several periods of the day, they'll be freed up to coach their peers. But it's important for us to make sure that they're adequately trained. And then they'll get additional compensation for doing that. But that's a great way to create a pathway for people to feel like they can grow within the profession, they can be acknowledged for their successes, their accomplishments, and their skills without having to leave the classroom. Ensuring that the district provides PD based upon need at various levels. All school districts struggle and at some point with basically what I lovingly refer to as a Las Vegas buffet approach. We offer a little bit of everything to everyone, and yet it's very seldom are PD initiatives fully aligned to district initiatives, new adoptions, nor are they fully aligned to what teachers are telling us and staff are telling us they need. More importantly, we offer a lot of entry-level PD. We don't scaffold our PD. So if you will, follow me for a moment, we should always have an entry level for a topic, right? Let's talk about how classroom management. There's an entry level. But then there should be a moderate level, and then there should be a higher level, so that the continuum of growth is there, and they have the opportunity to excel without feeling like, okay, my administrator told me that I'm struggling with classroom management, and I should attend some professional development to improve in that area. Does it really benefit that person to go to the same PD 4 years in a row? No. It doesn't. Correct. So part of this is how do we create a trajectory in professional development that scaffolds the PD and again, aligns it more importantly to need. And so staff will be surveyed and there's more to come out of that. Ensuring that district pipeline programs are of high quality and have a high rate of successful placement. We have discussed this as well. We have a large percentage of individuals who complete our pipeline programs to become assistant principals or principals, and yet the successful rate of those individuals securing employment is very low, and it's not reflective of the demographics of our school district. So we are completely revamping our pipeline program as well. So objectives that fall within goal number 2, again, I'm not going to go through all of these. I just talked on this one, this is item number 2, revise leadership development training to better align to need and to ensure higher placement and success rates. I can't iterate the importance of this enough, especially in a year where we saw a lot of changes because of retirements, because of reassignments. It's imperative on us to continue to maintain a bench of quality administrators who are ready to go. We also have to be better at giving feedback. We at times are very reluctant because feelings get involved, and I'm not discouraging anyone to not have feelings. But we need to be honest with people and give them feedback that's going to allow them to grow. So when we tell somebody who applies for a job and interviews, you did really great, but I picked someone else, and we give them a reason why we picked someone else, but we don't give them explicit feedback about how they could improve, we're really doing a disservice. And I think what we have found, and I believe it was Ms. Fields and others who commented, that they hear from people who have applied in the past, get no real feedback, feel, as what just was commented a few minutes ago, that this was already a foregone conclusion. Why did I bother to interview if they were already going to go with an internal candidate? And I don't have an answer to that because they're right. Why would they go through the process of applying if we already have an internal candidate? So eliminating that, but more importantly, giving them feedback, not critical feedback, but effective feedback so they can be successful. Because nothing burns people out more than applying 3, 4, 5, or 6 jobs. And I'm going to comment back on that here in a moment. And getting no real feedback, but never feeling like you actually get picked. We also need to work with our applicants to make sure they're applying for the right job. And I often, every chance I get with aspiring leaders, I tell them, do not apply for every job. You better apply for the jobs that you have a heart for, because otherwise, within just a few months, you're going to be that leader sitting in your car, gripping the steering wheel, saying, just let me get through the day. And the minute that happens, and it happens to far more people than we want to acknowledge, you're losing. You're losing professionally and you're losing personally because your heart's not in it, and there's no stimulation in that for you. And so we've got to make sure that we're coaching people and putting them on the right path to the right jobs as well. Not excluding other opportunities, but having them reflect, what student population do I work best with? What type of school would I best serve with my skill set? We can then work with them to grow their skill set elsewhere, but we obviously need to make sure that we're putting them on the right path into the right areas where they can thrive. Creating greater flexibility for our PD offerings outside of the traditional school day. We have an over-reliance of pulling people out of the classroom, which then creates a substitute shortage, which then impacts core instruction. So how can we look more creatively at professional development opportunities, much like Ms. Fortney pointed out, rather than just assigning modules so that there's no feedback, no interaction? Can we create evening opportunities with some compensation? Do we need to explore weekend opportunities or even summer opportunities with some compensation for the time that they're spending? And those are things I'll be discussing with the team, with the professional development department, and also with PEA and others. I think that's important for us to explore every opportunity. Sustaining existing collaborative councils. So we brought collaborative councils into the school district last year. We launched them. We'll be relaunching this year. I've been working closely with PEA and Ms. Yoakum. We're going to establish certain topics, many of which are listed in here, and asking them to prioritize and give us feedback on. Collaborative councils are not a decision-making body. This comprised, as I shared before, 50% are classroom-based staff, school-based staff, 50% are school-based administrators. We did try to steer away from some district administrators. There are a handful that serve on collaborative council, but that's really not the role. But in instances where a collaborative council would best be served in that regard, then they have been placed there. We have collaborative councils for early childhood, for special education, for English language learners, for elementary school, for middle school, for high school. They will continue to be expanded. to include collaborative councils for other areas such as athletics and specials or electives. And there's other areas, again, that we will look to expand as well.
From the groups that you organized right in this room on how to best improve that?
We did. We've gotten Ms. Yoakum and I both have gotten summary responses. What I liked most about them is they did not come from a particular individual. They came collectively from the committee,
Very
or the
good.
councils, which I appreciated more because it shows a shared voice, and that's really what we were hoping to establish. The whole reason why collaborative councils were created was, again, getting back to the board's concern. How do we make sure that schools have a voice in everything that we're doing? This is how you do it. How do you empower teachers so that they feel that they have some decision-making power and that they can provide feedback? The practitioners are the ones we need to get the most feedback from before we try to launch something new or we try and eliminate something that's already embedded in our organization. This system does that. We've talked about reviewing and modifying the staffing plan. That will be on here every year for the next 4 years because there's always a component of the staffing plan that will be under consideration. Providing curriculum maps and pacing guides for teachers to ensure best practices. That remains an ongoing process. This year in particular and next year, it will be a focus. As you recall, as the state moves to interim assessments, there is some concern that that will change and alter the pacing guide that school districts will have to follow. Because we'll have to look at how is the state assessing students over the course of those 3 assessment windows, and then how do we realign to make sure that our students are in the best possible position to demonstrate what they can do rather than being assessed for something they can't do. So we can help avoid putting students and teachers in a bad position by ensuring our pacing guide aligns to the assessment topics and themes that will be addressed in each assessment window. Continue to build a mentoring program with highly effective teachers to support first years or struggling teachers. That's already in place. Ms. Solano and her team continue to do that, but we're expanding that program. Also pleased to share that we're expanding that with our school-based administrators. I have shared that initiative and I concepted that initiative with the board in the past, tapping into some of our existing administrators who are highly skilled, highly talented, have shown that they can be successful regardless of the school setting that they're in, and so we're tapping into them to provide formal and informal mentorship to other building leaders. This year in particular, the first few days of school, we were all out in schools, as you know. If you paid attention at all to social media, we were everywhere. I was really pleased to be able to work with Ms. Winchester to ensure that my first priority, as I shared with her, was to get to all of our first-year principals, just to make sure that they were staying above water. It's not an easy thing the first 3 days of school, but they were pleased to see us, and again, reiterate to them our commitment as servant leaders to support them. Ms. Fortney.
Sorry, but the mentor program, I understand we have Ms. Solano, but does that translate down into like the hallway / classroom on the hallway? It's not just at a district level.
No,
It's,
it's
I
school
wanted
level.
you to kind of maybe explain that a little
Yeah,
more.
so it's school level. It pushes out to individual schools. Part of this will be, as we get feedback from coaches, that there are certain individuals that need additional assistance. We could put a formal or informal mentor from the school building and connect them to that individual so that there's a reoccurring opportunity for them to get feedback.
So
and-
kind of like what it used to be, where you had like, you were assigned as soon as you were hired in this district, a peer teacher, and that peer teacher guided you through the entire year.
Yeah, that was very,
Brenda Lane was
that was
mine.
very common. I think that was a state requirement too, because when I first started, I was assigned and you had to work through a notebook and
Yeah.
everybody had to sign off on it. But yes, ma'am, it would be similar to that.
Got it.
So we talked about the PIP plan in here as well. It's really important that we establish those expectations. I'm moving down, assist and guide in the development of a district manual to align with state policies and procedures. We have found that many of our policy guidelines and policy manuals are somewhat out of date, and so we are going through the process of revising them. In some instances, I can get a PDF copy, and that PDF copy more often than not is a scanned copy. It's not even a conversion. And so much of those manuals are having to be retyped from scratch because we don't have the files that they were initially created in. But it is important for us to continue to review and revise. There were a lot of changes this year, as you know, in legislation. We have been working across departments, very pleased with the level of involvement. Ms. Dodge, Ms. Castles, Mr. Pitts, and others, who all provided input as to how new legislation will indirectly or directly impact our teachers. I was thankful to say there's very little impact for the most part. We provided some reassurances to our staff. We're also providing explicit guidelines to them, what they can do, what they can't do, what they should not do. And that's right now going through the final vetting process, so we can get that out to staff no later than the end of this week. We also want to make sure that we're increasing communication and collaboration in the Learning Support Division. Administrative meetings will consistently occur as outlined below, and there's a supporting document that goes with this. But it's really important for us to continue to have those conversations. We have allowed for a divide to be developed or to grow that has clearly put student services, school administrators, classroom teachers on opposite ends of a variety of topics and issues. And some of that was, a result of changes in policies, but a lot of it has to do with just taking the time sometimes to actually explain something rather than just saying, well, it's the rule because I said so. And our staff they're very much pleasers and they want to do the right thing, but they need to have a high level of understanding and feel justified in supporting some things. So again, I give a lot of credit there because that's not going to be an easy task for us to overcome. But a good example is how are we supporting students? And if a student comes in and we recognize immediately that a student requires additional services and supports, how do we expedite an evaluation for a student rather than telling a family or telling a school, well, it's going to take us 90 days to schedule that. And yes, there's some aspects to how we collect data and analyze it to ensure that students are adequately placed, if placed at all, or provided with an IEP. But there's also some other important areas where, how does that best serve the student's needs or the parents' needs, or quite honestly, our teachers' needs if we understand we have a student who requires additional interventions and supports and may not be adequately placed in a general education environment. Are we not doing them a disservice by forcing them to stay in a classroom for up to 90 days or half a school year before proper services are provided? And I'm not saying that's what we do. I'm just saying if you were to ask building administrators, that's their point of frustration. They feel that at times student services is not responsive to their concerns and needs. And then student services will counter that by saying, well, schools aren't following through with what they're supposed to be doing and following the behavior intervention plans and following these other strategies before making a referral. So we've got to bridge that gap. And that's where this piece comes from. Because I think that will make people realize that there's far more supports in place than not. And kudos to Ms. Castles for being willing to take on that task and responsibility. So we talk about, there's a lot in here from special education as well. Develop accessibility procedures and documents, develop trainings for principals, assistant principals, staffing specialists, LEAs, and ESE teachers to develop a common language and clarify roles and responsibilities. Again, a big area of confusion, a big area of contention, and unfortunately, for some settings and in some situations, we need to reset who's serving certain schools, who's serving certain areas, because there's so much negative interaction that's taking place over the years that they talk past each other, they don't talk with each other. And so again, a lot of realignment, a lot of reevaluation and reassignment will have to take place so that we can help bridge that gap. So those were some of the objectives listed for goals number 1 and number 2. Board members, as I shared, I'll give you the comprehensive Excel spreadsheet so you'll be able to see that. And then again, I will do the best I can to ensure that every cell has been expanded back to their proper size. Unfortunately, when I migrated it here to the PowerPoint, many of the cells constricted, and so there are some cutoffs, and we'll make sure that you get all of that information. Your board's not approving this today. I will ask the board to simply allow me at the September meeting to cover goals 3, 4, and 5, and then comprehensively I will bring it to the board for final approval and implementation. Again, much of this, and this is a different strategy than we've used before. I don't think the board has seen initiatives explicitly stated such as this linked back to the strat plan. It's typically been the academic goals, but I wanted to show you these are things we feel are imperative for us to attain those goals. And so I'm very pleased with the direction we're going. Hopefully you are. If something's missing, you have plenty of opportunity to say, Mr. Hyde, I'd like to see us focus on the following. I don't see a reference to the following, and be more than happy to ensure that it's all inclusive and that we're addressing all of those areas. And if it's not included and I feel that it shouldn't be included, then I'd be more than happy to discuss with you why we didn't include it. Because again, we got the feedback from our schools and from our parents and stakeholders. So that was your priority as a board. Collectively, I will say, while Ms. Long said each of you brought a different perspective to those interviews, all of you, or the majority of you, reiterated the need to ensure that it was driven not by my office or by cabinet, but it was driven based off the needs of our community, our parents, our students, and our school leaders, and our school-based staff. So I believe that this process reflects that. Any questions? Ms. Fields.
Question, but I would just ask that when you are presenting the next three, if we could have a copy of the presentation as you're going along, in case you want to write notes or something like that, please.
Absolutely. I will make sure you have that well in advance of the
Thank
next
you.
meeting. It's almost done now, so I'd be happy to share that as soon as we complete it.
Thank you,
There
sir.
were a few departments that I had to go back and ask clarifying questions of, because what also will happen behind these is there have to be measurable objectives, and that's what you're not seeing here yet, so some of this language will translate into those measurable outcomes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, the next item is MGT. And as you recall, when I first arrived, one of the things I really committed to, and I remain committed to, is an efficiency audit. I think it's many superintendents who come into large urban districts, upon their arrival, request of the board that a comprehensive financial audit and other audits are actually completed so that the incoming superintendent knows exactly what scenario and situations they're facing, both short-term and long-term. This is a little different than that. The efficiency audit for us is about transparency. And while I have a high level of comfort with a lot of the operations and the policies and procedures and with the team who's sitting here before you, and I think we've demonstrated how we've worked to be more efficient, how we've worked to be responsive to our community, and more importantly to our staff as well, and their needs. I think it's important for us to bring an outside set of eyes who can look at our operations and say, these are places where we feel that the district can be more efficient. So to do this, we actually went out and petitioned 3 different companies that are very well known in this field. MGT is the company who we have basically selected at this time. And then with the board's approval, I'll make progress with Mr. Bridges to finalize their contract. Here's their leadership team. They have come out several times. They were willing to be here today. I told them it was not needed, that I would ask them to come back in September, should the board have any additional questions, to have them in person to be able to address those before any final approval. There are project goals and objectives. I was very pleased with how they captured these. And they really captured the overarching interest, which was, how do we reflect on our current practices in an objective manner without fear of or concern with people's feelings? How do we allow an outsider to do that? And how do we incorporate people from the community? As many of you recall, the whole purpose of the efficiency audit, it really was, there were 2 goals. Number 1, it was to find areas where we could be more efficient, or to celebrate the areas where we're doing incredibly well with our efficiencies. We want to acknowledge that. As you heard me say before, most school districts will do this independently or automatically with a new superintendent. The problem is when you just hire a company and then you share the report with the board and you share it out of the board meeting, it still leaves a level of speculation and criticism within the community, because there are people who believe that we're hiding the bad things, right? That we're not acknowledging deficiencies. And so this process goes slightly beyond that we're establishing a committee. And I'm very pleased that I've been working with Ms. Long and with others to help identify a chair for this committee. It will, very similar to inside PCPS, it will, very similar to our attendance boundary committee and other committees that we have established. They'll meet each month. This group will report out on their findings, and then the collective group will actually reflect on what the findings are, the good, the bad, and the indifferent, and then they'll make recommendations. And so there'll be an application process that goes out. We are going to and I'm going to intentionally invite many of our community-based leaders, because again, I think this serves 2 purposes. It also reinforces with them and gives them much needed information to say, when people say, well, how does a $2 billion entity not have funding to do X, Y, and Z? Here's why. And so there's an opportunity for us to educate others and to bring them along in the conversation as well. From my perspective, my selfishness, I'd be very honest, is our core business is education. Our core business is to make sure that kids learn. And we're good at that. We're getting better at it. We're good at it. But I would tell you, as good as Ms. Jenkins is, as good as Mr. Pitts is, and I mean no disrespect to them whatsoever, their core interest is finance, but our core business is education. Are there people outside who can look at this from a unique perspective and say, have you thought of this? That in my business dealings, we did the following. I think, quite honestly, we should not take a position and we can't employ an ideology or a belief or embrace an ideology or belief that somehow every idea shouldn't be on the table, because it should. It doesn't mean it has to happen, but I think at least then we can show the community that we looked at options and we said, here's why we can't do this, here's why we can't do that. This is a good idea, this is what we think we might be able to do. So I think it's important to tap into that knowledge, that expertise, and that feedback to say, okay, our core business is education, maybe we're missing something. And again, this is not a negative or a criticism of our team, but even we, over time, get caught and say, well, this is kind of how we've always done it. Or here's what we believe the restrictions are. And sometimes it takes somebody else to kind of shake the tree a bit and say, yeah, but have you thought about this? And then it gets us thinking, and then we find a creative solution. So I think this creates the opportunity. So they are going to focus, as it says here, it's a backwards map from student success and well-being to make sure we're focusing on all of our areas. So the guiding questions for schools: what's the current state of academic quality? How does the school system differ by region and student population? What supports do students get and need? Is it delivered coherently? What are the bright spots, and what are the unmet needs? Again, great questions for us to reflect on as far as our school delivery and our support for students. You see guiding questions here for our staffing as well, the people, critical people involved in our organization. Which parts of central office are working well? Which ones aren't? I would tell you, we have some amazing staff, and this is not a statement I'm about to make, is not reflective of everyone. It's not reflective of the majority. But there are some places where customer service is lacking. I get more complaints about customer service and the interaction than I do about the topic. And so we've got to work to enhance how are we approaching our constituents and making sure that, even though we may have to say no sometimes, can we convey that in a way that doesn't come across as abrasive or disrespectful? Are there cross-functional groups? What trends? Some of this you've done in the past. If you recall, I believe you did a similar evaluation or somewhat similar evaluation when it came to HR and some of our staffing and our staffing model at central office. You did that with FADS, if I recall correctly. I believe Dr. Vogel was involved in that. Some of those I shared with you. Some of the recommendations have been done. Others were not, and so we'll be revisiting those as well. And then financially, are we spending our money well? At the end of the day, I don't care what community you're in, I don't care how high-performing your schools are, there's always a segment of your population that feels that you're not managing your finances adequately. And so this will help dispel that. This will help address those things. Or it will reinforce some of those beliefs, and we will have to acknowledge those publicly and come up with strategies and solutions that will ensure that we're addressing those needs. So the project objectives, they start with a diagnostic analysis and organization performance review. They understand the current state of district operations, human capital, resource development, physical health in our schools through a qualitative and quantitative analysis. They'll provide a blueprint for us to effectively target new funds to the school level to meet student needs while maintaining a high-functioning central office with capacity to support all campuses operationally and academically with existing resources. One of the places, I'll be honest, that we have to reflect on that's going to be linked to here is our reliance on contracted services. We rely very heavily, especially in the area of student services, and I know, as I've shared with you before, and I believe the team cringes from time to time, but the profit margin for some of those companies is anywhere from 22 to 38% markup. Whereas if we were able to employ those individuals directly, we wouldn't have those costs. Now, I readily acknowledge the reason we contract is we can't find those employees. So what solutions can we come up with that might allow us to create a pipeline to encourage individuals to pursue those career options? Provide objective analysis to support the creation of student-centered educational goals in a broader community. Refine the case for change. One of the areas I should have highlighted in student outcomes was the development of the graduation tracker. So Grad Tracker will be something by the end of the school year we will have in place. It'll start with 6th graders. Grad Tracker is intended to ensure that every student is establishing goals. It'll be an electronic system, and we may procure it, we may develop it. That has yet to be determined. But every student, essentially, we take all of the graduation requirements, and then students go through goal setting, and then every quarter, as they make progress academically towards any of their goals, their dashboard updates to say, okay, you're on track for graduation or you're off track for graduation. And so there's a greater sense of ownership between the student and the family towards that accomplishment. But that fits in very well here as well. How do we create education goals? If you also recall, one of the reasons why I think this one in particular is important and relevant was when we did our accreditation, one of the only pieces of feedback that they gave us to truly consider was how do we create a postgraduate culture in our school system that starts in elementary school. They did not see evidence of that. And so there's a great opportunity for us to create a system that allows students to start planning for high school and post-high school earlier in our system. And then make recommendations on labor, facilities, and enrollment needs to meet growing demand amongst our Polk County students and families. Strategic execution, they'll provide a cross-functional implementation planning and support throughout the high-quality project management, strategic advising, and facilitation. What I like about their proposal, and where it did stand out over a few, was just that not only do they just hand us a plan or hand us the results, but they actually make some recommendations. And they're willing to continue to partner with us post-contracted service to say, hey, do you need somebody just to check in with? I appreciate that, quite frankly. I appreciate their willingness to stay engaged in the process and not simply fulfill a contract and move on to the next. So you see several areas in here. Again, I'm not going to read each one of those, but I'll jump to number 2, execute on recommendations informed by diagnostic review through planning, technical assistance, and project management that coheres with all recommendations and aligns to the emerging strategic plan. Really important that all those things are in alignment to ensure that we are, and as I've said before, our strategic plan should really be a summary of all of our unique priorities, and that's where we should be prioritizing our staffing, our resources, and our funding. And that there are other things that all of a sudden, as we start to shift and make those priorities come to fruition, and then other people are turning around and saying, well, what about us? We have to reevaluate. Okay, if that wasn't one of our priorities, then that needs to go away. And again, that's something, and I'll oversimplify it, and I'll use, I'm not a gardener by any means, but one of the best analogies I ever heard is you can't grow something new unless you clear out the garden and make space for it. And I think that's a very important analogy to apply here. You can't move an organization until you evaluate whether or not everything you're doing is being effective, and if we're not willing to abandon things that have proven to be ineffective, then we can't really start something new because there's not room for it. There's not funding for it. There aren't staff for it. So I think that's a great key area here to be focused on. Identifying and implementing key areas for managed services, analytical data as a service support. So you heard me say earlier when we talked about the payroll department, are there services that payroll does that would make more sense for us to contract and take that burden off of them? Not the position. Again, I don't want to people start feeding into this misnomer that we're going to start contracting services and push people out of the organization. That's not what I'm saying. Are there components to that? Are there components to procurement that would make more sense to move to a contracted service to lessen the burden off of their staff and allow them to focus on more crucial, more important areas? So those are things to talk about. Key project supports and deliverables. I'm going to focus heavily on the deliverables. Overall diagnostic and organizational review report, including data findings, recommendations, and benchmarking. Summary of the district's fiscal health and recommendations for resource maximization. The implementation plan. A keep, start, stop list for spending decisions and budget modeling to inform planning and weight our approaches. School portfolio analysis and data support as needed. Ongoing meeting facilitation and project trackers. And so really that's the summary of this proposal. I've been talking about this with the board for a while. I'm very pleased to bring a final recommendation before the board. So you'll get some supplemental information as well prior to the September meeting where I ask you for final approval. That will also give me enough time to finalize the application process and the messaging that will go out. I will be in contact with board members. As has been practice here in Polk County, each of you quite frequently makes a recommendation to serve on a committee, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And we can do that here publicly at a meeting. I'll work with Mr. Bridges and Ms. Winchester, or I'll provide a manner in which the board can provide me those names. But I think that's important for you to be able to say, Mr. Hyde, you know, I want my community to be represented. I know Ms. Cunningham and I had this conversation recently, and I think these individuals, based off what you're looking for, would really be good at ensuring that and they bring a lot to the table. And I want, again, each one of you. There will be 35 people on the committee, up to 35 people on the committee, including myself and Mr. Pitts. He didn't know that until today. But I think it's important for it not to be heavy with district staff. It's really just the two of us. And obviously, Ms. Jenkins will join us on occasion, especially when we're talking about finance. There'll be other staff that will join us if we're talking about a particular area or getting feedback on a particular area. And I think that's incredibly important as well, so that they're here to provide their perspective and be able to respond to any questions that we have. Any questions about the efficiency audit? Ms. Miller?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. This is something that I've asked for since my first day here, because I know what it'll mean to the community. Before we go out and ask for tax dollars, or even in Tallahassee, we need to show that we're using funds efficiently. And I really appreciate the fact that you're going to have the community involved, because at one time we were talking about, oh, we'll get volunteers from the community, but this is too large of an organization to have that kind of commitment. We need to spend the dollars on this, which I know is going to be tough for some people, because I think we're going to find it in so many areas. I really think this is going to help us with budgeting. So I appreciate this is finally coming to fruition.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fortin and Ms. Fields.
The customer service and the silo, I think since day one has been covered in this as well for me. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fields?
In looking at the presentation, it looks to me like this is a year-long project.
It will be a full year. Yes, ma'am.
And then the question is, how in-depth will staff be involved? I'm sure that they would be intimately involved in almost like a very deep audit.
So what they have already inquired of me as a next step, I told them I would be presenting to the board tonight, or today, and I'll be bringing it back formally in September for final approval, but they've already asked me to start giving them the organizational charts and then contact information, so that what they're doing behind the scenes is they're creating the list of information they're going to request of each one of those departments, and then they'll work directly with those individuals to fulfill those requests and then ask questions and be able, because again, it's really important for us as well to make sure that our voice is in this, so that an organization doesn't assume something without an explanation from staff. And I think that's the part that we're making sure does not happen, that we're not creating a misleading impression of something. But so, for example, if anything financial will go through Ms. Jenkins, anything curricular will go through Mr. McNaughton, anything related to student services will go through Ms. Castle. But yes, they will be intimately involved in providing feedback and answering questions.
And then the 35 folks that you're talking about, very quickly, can you kind of tell us what their involvement would be? It seems like that's a large group.
It is. So each month, because part of what I believe is ultimately going to happen is we will have smaller breakout committees. It's not uncommon for large groups to meet like that, and take a direction. And then there might be a group that works, and because they have expertise in human resources, and they may look at just at that. Other groups may look at transportation. They may look at food service. They may look at, student services or financial services. So I wanted a large enough group that people weren't having to serve on multiple committees and having to require too much commitment of their time. So the 35 individuals are going to be key stakeholders. Many of our established community leaders will be invited to participate. I hope they take us up on that, because again, I believe that creates a voice within the community saying, wait a second, no, they do a pretty good job here and there, and they're working on these things, and this is what they're doing. So that's why I wanted enough bandwidth. The problem that we're starting to run into, as you heard earlier today, is we've got inside PCPS, we've got DAC, we've got other initiatives, the Attendance Boundary Committee. So I don't want, we're trying to tap into new individuals as well, so I think this will provide us that opportunity.
And did I miss the cost somewhere?
It's just under $200,000.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
And some of it's being covered, as I shared, through some private donations, and I'm working to secure additional funding as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Allen.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one as well. Smorgasbord of agenda items today for sure. So, seeing MGT, I did notice that, there was a merger of two organizations, and they've done previous work around the state. So I'd be curious if, you can maybe share, if they could share as an organization, maybe some of their previous audits they've done with other districts.
I took that slide out.
Okay.
But yes, I can provide that and make sure that they touch on that. They've done work in Hillsborough. They've done work in countless other school districts across the state of Florida. They're also Southeast. They do quite a bit of work. But as you said, I believe they just merged or just bought out another company. And they were one of three companies that were highly recommended. I was very impressed by two companies. The other company that was the closest competitor, their cost point was just far too high. And what I did like about this group was their customer service approach, their hands-on approach, their commitment that they made, and their willingness to meet with us. I'm very pleased with where we are right now, but I would be happy to have them share many examples. They have sent me copies of proposals, or excuse me, not proposals, of evaluations that they've concluded in other states and other school districts. So I was able to kind of look at those, and I'll see if I still have those. And if I do, I'd be happy to share those with you as well and attach them for your reference.
Yeah, and that would, I would love to see that. I'm with you as well. I did a little bit of digging, and I found one that they did as recent as October 21 but it was higher ed. It was the Texas A&M one,
Correct.
a good 133-page document.
But did you see the cost savings at the end of the day, the financial savings?
Well, that's what I wanted to know because, I was looking at some of the findings and implementation and so forth, and I wanted to see some type of quantitative data that if you were to implement this would be a something percentage of savings or efficiency to the.
They do that very well. So
Yeah.
even in that one, they actually saved them. I'm not going to state a number because I may be slightly off, but they saved them several $1 million through their recommendations. And that's what I liked about it. They're not generalities. Like, well, you could do a better job in this department. No.
Right.
It's very specific strategies and recommendations that they make. And that's, again, we need that so we can consider those things and have further discussions about them. Because when you talk about generalities, it's hard to decipher sometimes, and it's easy to dismiss. That's the concern I have, is we would look at that and say, that's not really an issue, and here's why. Because that happens in cultures, but we won't take that approach here because it's so specific. But I'll ask them for additional examples.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next item is varsity tutoring. We've been very busy. We've been looking for a tutoring intervention service to help supplement what we're currently doing in our schools. Again, our core business is education. Our core business is ensuring that we focus on core instruction. But in the absence of being able, and I would love to put a co-teacher in every pre-K through second grade classroom tomorrow. Financially, I think Mr. Pitts and Ms. Jenkins would quit if I made that final recommendation here today, because there's just no way we could afford that. However, in the absence of that, what can we do to support our teachers? And better yet, support our students and families. So we started looking, and I had the opportunity to meet with several providers. Mr. McNaughton has joined me on several of those meetings, because who better to evaluate curriculum than him and his department? And here's why we liked varsity tutoring, and this is why I'm bringing an initial discussion about varsity tutoring before the board. When we looked at tutoring services, we looked for something that would fit within our one-to-one platform as we get ready to launch our one-to-one initiative this year. We looked for something that's 24/7 has 24/7 accessibility, and there were several providers that met that expectation. We looked for something that creates access for parents and their children in multiple languages. Varsity Tutors meets that expectation. Where they stand out are on the next few areas. The reason why I liked varsity tutoring, and the reason why I'm going to make a very strong recommendation that we consider partnering with them using some of our remaining ESSER dollars, is the fact that they work collaboratively with the teacher. No other tutoring service that we interviewed allows the teacher to basically direct the tutoring. All of the other tutoring services have been passive services, meaning there's been no connection between the classroom teacher and the tutoring organization. The teacher in this case gets to say, I did a test on Friday, and these 6 students need additional follow-up on these following benchmarks or topics, and varsity tutoring will make that happen. That will be the focus of what they do. What I also like about varsity tutoring is, and they have a lot of data, and I'll also provide that to you, and evidence to support that their model works. They'll also allow us to fulfill one of our other strategic plan goals of engaging families and community members. How? Because, I think I shared this with some of you in the past, I know I've shared it publicly, but what varsity tutors will allow is mentors to utilize their platform to engage students remotely. So a lot of our businesses would love nothing more than to release their employees for a specified period of time, once a day, a few days a week. The problem and the barrier to that happening more often than not is the proximity of the business to the school or the students that they're trying to serve. And so when an hour lunch break or an hour becomes 2.5 hours or 2 hours because of traffic and other issues, that becomes the barrier to a lot of our companies and organizations who want to partner with us from being able to participate. By creating a virtual option, and there would be both in person as well, but by creating a virtual option and leveraging their platform, everything's recorded, everything's captured, and we can direct the level of intervention and tutoring and services. So again, what I really like about the varsity tutoring model, and I will absolutely interject my personal interest here, is that it allows our teachers to feel like there's a co-teacher in the room. It does not put the entire burden on the teacher's back. The teachers can say, these students need assistance in the following, and then varsity tutoring takes it from there, and they proactively engage kids and families to say, hey, here's the tutoring options for your child. The fact that they're open 24/7, so it's an always-on learning platform for our students and families to participate in. They have taken some safeguards with student data and student information. If this topic progresses, Ms. Pasco, who's very well versed in what needs to happen from a data sharing agreement perspective and to secure and ensure that our students are in a safe place, she knows exactly the steps that have to be followed. But those were the reasons why we really looked at this. And we did, again, providing options for students, for families. We also liked, and the part I didn't touch on enough was really the parent part. Parents at home can tap into the tutors and get advice. And what varsity tutoring also does is they can put a lot of instructional examples up for families to be able to utilize. So much like Khan Academy and other strategies, they can create a video series and then parents can tap into it, and then the parent knows how best to support their students. And every tutoring service we looked at, what I did appreciate about some changes in tutoring was, quite honestly, their commitment that we don't give kids answers. We help them find a path to the answer. What if a student says, come on, just give me the answer? They don't do it. They'll remind them of the steps that to be taken, they'll remind them of the strategies, but they will never just simply give a student an answer. Because that's not tutoring, that's not instructional, that's just giving students answers. But again, I love the fact that it supports our teachers at a level they don't currently have supports. I think it's respectful of our teachers and the role they play, and the fact that they do have to differentiate for so many disparate learners in their classrooms. It allows that flexibility for them. So I'm very happy with this. You see that they follow a similar MTSS tier model to make sure that they're providing options for our students. Their capacity, teachers, again, as I said, will assign tutoring for students. It's an added layer of academic support available 24/7. And again, I have to keep reiterating this. It complements the classroom instruction. It's not completely disparate from the classroom instruction. Here's the other part I should have commented on when I was talking about everything else. It can happen in real time during the classroom. I think, if I recall correctly, their typical login time is less than 60 seconds for a tutor to connect with a student. So imagine a traditional classroom, a 55-minute instructional period, where the teacher says, okay, whole class, let me introduce a new concept, and then they go through the scaffolded approach, the I do, we do, you do, or gradual release, right? So the teacher models something, they get a couple students come up to the board to then walk through, and then they coach them, so as everybody's watching, and then they release it to students saying, okay, each one of you now practice independently, or you can practice and complete the following with your table mates, and I need this small group to come meet with me. Because now the teacher's trying to work to incorporate some intervention strategies or enrichment strategies within their classroom. That means the rest of the students are left to work independently. Very common practice. What can happen is that the student gets lost and can't recall something or needs assistance. A couple clicks of the button, tutors right there available for them. Everyone's vetted, everyone's approved. They have to go through all the screening processes that you're all very much familiar with, just for Lunsford and everyone else, so that there's no concerns. And again, what I like is everything's captured and recorded, so that if there's ever a question about comments, and if I recall correctly, they limit their video. It's typically a chat room feature, so there's no visible interaction for students between them and their tutor. For administrators, it provides personalized learning for all of our students. It allows us to scale, allows us to differentiate, unlike we've been able to do before. It provides additional instructional supports without hiring staff. Because even if we could use ESSER dollars, let's say there were a plethora of teachers ready to line up to tutor kids, what do you do when the ESSER dollars run out? You'd have to RIF all those individuals or find a supplement to that. And as we know, the cost factor with benefits and retirement and everything else that comes with an employee, the ROI is just not there. It also provides a dashboard, so we know the frequency in which students are accessing tutoring. If approved and adopted, we would start with piloted group of schools. We would focus on our focus schools this year and pilot it there. And we would inform parents. We would host community meetings and let them know about the tutoring services, how they can tap into it, those types of things, and address any questions or concerns that they have. And last thing, it's an all-inclusive platform. So everything's housed within one system. It would fit well within our current system and network, and we're pleased with that. Their tutors are of high quality. They do complete an interview process. They do have some knowledge and background within the content areas. They lead a simulated tutoring session to showcase subject-specific knowledge. They demonstrate their ability to instruct in a virtual environment. They get ranked and scored against industry-leading quality standards, and they have to pass academic and personal background checks. So they have worked to ensure that their workforce is appropriate to provide these services for our students. Again, I've already commented on this. Any subject, any student, any time, any language. It doesn't get much better than that. And you see here, they actually have staff that are specifically trained, and this was another selling point for them. A student who speaks a foreign language, an EL student who has specific requirements and supports that are needed, they can fulfill that. Same thing with student services, they can fulfill that. Students with IEPs and 504s, there's a connectivity that has to happen so that we inform them of the needs of that student, but it can happen again. And all of this, as we've done before, would be done with parental consent and an opt-in where parents can say, yes, I want to participate in this. And it, again, would be limited to the 45 targeted schools at this time. Everything's data-driven. It's adaptive, which we really like, which means as a student demonstrates progress, it starts to scale with the student, continues to challenge them with new questions, new levels of rigor, and so we're really excited about the options that are here. And then the last part there, the last check I wanted to point out was the reassessment process. So again, I used the example when I opened of a teacher basically saying, okay, I gave an assessment, these 8 students needed additional intervention, and then once they've received that additional tutoring support, they can reassess the student to make sure that they have truly mastered the concepts that they were not sufficient in mastering previously. And of course, they want to continue to partner with us. They have a great deal of excitement and enthusiasm to partner with us, and they'd love to set up a pilot. And so I'm very pleased with the proposal that they've provided us. We do not have a cost point yet, so I am giving them if I wanted to present the concept before the board, get any general feedback you have, but I will pursue receiving a final cost. That's on us. We had to wait with school starting. Some of the things they needed in order to calculate the actual costs were the total enrollment, but enrollments by grade level and also enrollment by subgroup. So how many kids in 3rd grade at a certain school are EL students, how many kids in 3rd grade are ESE students, and that way, once we can provide them that data, and I'll request that on Wednesday, then they'll be able to give us a final calculation of predicted cost. I have a rough estimate, but I'd rather wait to make sure I give you an accurate depiction of the cost. I think it makes a great partnership opportunity for our teachers. You've heard me reiterate that now several times, and so I hope the board will at least consider that, and I'll bring it back again, as I said, in September for for further discussion and/or final approval. Obviously, we're not going to rush into it, so if there are further questions in September, we'll simply delay it. It just means we delay the implementation, and we're fine with that. I did reassure the partner that should we partner with them, it would probably be a 2-year commitment, and that we would make sure that we deploy this appropriately. And that means making sure we train our staff, support our staff, make sure they understand. The nice thing about the 45 schools is they all get paid for the additional PLC time, so we could incorporate this training in there, and that would require some further dialogue with PEA and others, because we had promised to protect as much time as we can. But obviously with something like this, we at least want to get in front of staff and get them excited about the potential and how they could utilize this. So it's an exciting opportunity for everyone involved, and hopefully we can take advantage of it. But it was hands down the best tutoring service that we found. There are other great tutoring services. This one, hands down, was the best. So any questions? Ms. Fields?
I had a couple of questions. You said 45 schools. Do you have a list of those schools?
Yes, ma'am, and you have those. I identified them as the focus schools at the last board meeting, but I'll give you a summary of those schools again.
Okay, and then my other question is, I was Googling the company. Where are they located?
Oh, goodness. Do you remember, Mr. McNaughton? Is it Colorado? No, New York. I believe, if I recall correctly, they were just recently in New York. So,
Okay, and the other question that I have, how will this impact the partnership that we have with existing tutorial programs like the Learning Resource Center?
it would not. These are just an additional supplement, and as I shared, parents have the option to say, okay, you know, I don't want to participate in this, and that's fine. What we would look to do is partner with them to say, here's an additional resource that you could assign to students as well. And I think that's an important connection that needs to happen, so we're not in competition with each other. But as you and I both know, they don't have the manpower to address all of these needs. And so we're trying to create something that's a little bit more global. But it may not be appropriate for everyone. I readily acknowledge that a virtual environment tutoring option may not necessarily fulfill the needs of 100% of our kids. So
I think that it's nice to have options, but I think that it definitely needs to be explained that we're not trying to exclude existing
Yes, ma'am.
partnerships that we have. We're just trying to enhance what we already have in place.
no, ma'am, because even as we look for the possibility of expanding after-school programs with some of our established partners, actually, I think this becomes a point of encouragement to say, hey, listen, we've got a tool you can utilize, and we would ask you to use for the first hour after school to have kids sit down and do their tutoring, do their homework, and get that completed. So providing this resource would go a long way for many of them, I believe. But it's a valid point. Thank you. Dr. Allen.
Yeah, I mean, some of the features on this tool are amazing, and I'm definitely supporting you in this move. Yeah, I mean, I think even the summer options is noted as a feature, some really unique things there. I think Ms. Fields asked a great question, but it goes back to what you were saying with the potential of, you know, our partners and so forth, you know, specifically like Learning Resource Center, can they utilize the tool as well in what they're doing? Eventually, I was thinking back to Ms. Bennett's conversation, like, could we even use this with some of that from as far as that allocation? Because I know that she was looking, you know, schools could utilize tutorial and after-school programs and so forth for that funding mechanism.
Correct. Yes, absolutely we can, and some of that funding can be reassigned to this. And we would always start with asking staff, you know, how many are willing to, but all those schools have after-school tutoring multiple days a week, but I think Ms. Yoakum and others would agree, part of this is, as we're exiting COVID, there's a high level of opportunity here for us to take a burden off of our teachers' backs, and having a formalized process like this would go a long way, because then they're not necessarily having to direct all the tutoring after school. They're really moderating the tutoring, which is a very different task and responsibility. So we might actually see more staff willing to stay after school and tutor or support this service with our students. But I just see so much potential here. And I love the aspect of that they would allow us to bring partners in to assist with mentoring and tutoring. More importantly, the tutoring. I shouldn't have said mentoring, but the tutoring aspect, because who better? I mean, so many of our community-based partners want to help. And you heard us talk about this earlier today. The problem is we don't always have a really refined mechanism in which they can help. I think this provides that for our students, and the fact that it's available all the time, but I think it becomes a high interest point for many of our business partners to say, hey, we're not going to do it. This gets away from the money ask too. Let's be honest. This is a manpower ask. You want to help us? Then give us a couple tutors, a couple days a week, and we'll assign them to certain teachers and grade levels and push you into the classrooms and have a great experience. And then they can talk to kids about what they do, and it becomes a great informal mentoring opportunity as well. So, okay. Thank you. Moving on.
Superintendent Hyde, let's take a quick break before we move forward.
Yes, ma'am. How long would you like to take?
Let's do 10 minutes.
We can do that.
We are back. Thank you for hanging with us. And I will turn it back over to Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, the next item is Head Start Continuation Grant. Per the board's request, any grant or anything over $1 million, they've asked for an explanation. So I wanted to make sure that we gave you a thorough opportunity to understand this. So we have Lori Allen and Ms. Carrie Barkin, who are here today to provide you with an overview.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We submitted approval to let you get board approval to apply for the Head Start grant for the 2023 school year. We submit once we have approval from the board, we'll submit the application to the Office of Head Start on October 1st. And the grant supports 942 children. Sorry?
It's almost the total requirement.
It is, we're fully funded for 942. We plan to write for expansion once and if those funds become available, but as of right now, they're not.
We're going to say when.
When?
Ms. Miller?
I just want to say thank you for the work done in that department. We've seen phenomenal growth in the students you're serving.
Thank you.
So as an advocate in that community for a long time, I appreciate what's happening now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any
Seeing no further questions, thank you, ladies.
Questions?
Thank you, that was easy.
Thank you.
Apply for
We
money.
can grill you if you want, but
Well, it's easy, I mean, you're asking permission to submit a grant that's going to benefit pre-K kids. Yeah, I don't see a no coming at this point.
you can go find all the money you want.
Thank you.
Ms. Fields?
I wanted to know, under the budget impact analysis for costs from 2021-22, we had $424,797, and the requested amount is $701,439. So what has caused that to go up like that? You all know what those
I don't have
expenses
the budget analysis.
consist of? Can you all maybe just give me an answer later,
Yes.
please?
Yeah, I just don't have it pulled up.
Say what your question is.
It's personnel. So you went from $7,200 to $7,600 in personnel.
Oh, yeah.
$465,000 in contracted services in 21-22 to $53,000. So it looks like there was some shift. But Ms. Fields, to your point, we'll provide you a summary analysis and show you where the comparisons are.
Thank you. It's just
Yes,
the
ma'am.
other more than anything. going
There's
from-
a significant shift there, $300,000. Yes, ma'am.
The shift, I can tell you what
It's
that
the
is.
contract,
It's the
yeah.
contract. We did not renew the $360,000 contract with the Department of Health. We contracted them for health services. We did a cost analysis and budget forecast that if we owned the staff members, meaning they worked for the school board, we could do it for half the cost of what it was costing us to contract with the Department of Health.
So
It's like
going from
159,000.
424, 797 to 701?
That's part of that, yes.
Okay.
And we are expanding our staff because we are seeing significant needs.
So it's the cost associated with adding staff because
Yes.
you're walking away from contracted services.
Correct.
But we'll get a summary from Ms. Fields.
Thank you.
And that too from the upstairs?
Yes.
Seems like, okay.
So, okay, all
It
right.
was like a couple, 3-4 months ago maybe.
Yes. There was an elevation in their hourly rate. That is correct.
There was, I think, 7 or 8 of our staff in the office staff that will go up with a $15 an hour rate.
So just for follow-up, I'll need a summary. I'd like to include it in my email to the board on Friday, so if you'll provide me just a cost analysis where the
Okay.
changes
Today.
were and what justified the changes from one year to the next, and that way I can provide it to the board.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, ma'am. Last item up on the superintendent's report is Hazel Health, and it's been an ongoing conversation. I know Dr. Allen has looked for data on this in the past, so I'm very happy to bring the request, and I wanted to have ahead and bring it forward as a workshop item to be able to discuss the data and the success we've had with the program and identify schools that are high users at this point, before we seek to renew. Expansion services since the launch of the program, you can see that the usage beginning in November was roughly 70 students, 48 for mental health and 26 for physical health. And you see that by April of 2022, what a huge increase we've seen in the inclusion. What we've really appreciated about the program, and I think I've shared this with you before, is that, and there's a slide in here later that talks about it, but a lot of the physical health visits ultimately get re-identified and relabeled as mental health visits. So a student initially comes and seeks some assistance, or the family seeks assistance, and then ultimately they find that it's a mental health issue, and we make the referrals from there. What I also like, and let me touch on this here, and we'll address that, what I was about to say in a few moments, because there's a slide that addresses it. And the slide that I'm going to refer to, and I think is really important, is where are the students and families most often utilizing this. And I know there was some initial concern early on that the initial use would impact our school settings. That is not what we're seeing. Actually, we're seeing the complete opposite. We're seeing the overwhelming majority of students and their families choosing to access this from the privacy of their home. And what we like about that is the likelihood is, even throughout COVID, the hope would be that because this service is available to them to utilize from home, that they're actually addressing these issues and preventing a student who's ill from ever coming on campus, which you know historically has not been the case. It's more often than not, parents have medicated their children and sent them to school, and then midday they develop a fever or they get sick again, and so next thing you know, that's how the flu season starts to adversely impact our staff. 79% of students were back in class after an in-school physical health visit. Almost 3,200 is the estimation of classroom hours that were saved based off past research. So by those students being able to return back to classrooms in a more expedient manner, we actually saved time and prevented learning loss. And as they point out, this is not just about backpacks, Band-Aid, or what many of us in the educational world as administrators used to call the magic water. That somebody doesn't feel well, they go to the clinic, we can't prescribe any medication, so what do? We give them a glass of water, settle their stomachs, and then get them back to class. So this is beyond that. What you see here are the types of conditions that they've addressed. Asthma, diabetes, and skin conditions, there were 570 visits. Escalations sent to school. For COVID-19 cases, bullying and neglect, 383 cases. Referrals to external supports, dentists, insurance companies, PCPs, et cetera, 121. Prescriptions ordered for antibiotics, inhalers, lice medication, 52 visits. 57 Polk staff were engaged in continual referrals. 146 students self-referred to Hazel from their families. 28 students referred from physical health visits. Demographics of our students, you can see here the grade levels. It's an interesting bell curve, inverted bell curve, or traditional bell curve, with the majority being right there in the middle between grades 5 through 8. Pretty much an even distribution, slightly skewed towards males, 56% male participation and 44% female. I don't know if the data is that significant, but it would seem more equitable and favorable. The types of issues for referrals, and so we see anxiety was the greatest one, so the mental health aspect. Sadness, again, mental health standing out again. Family concerns, anger management, social skills, defiance, confidence, fears. So all of these is that curve of mental health supports that students receive, the most common referral practices. Not uncommon to see anxiety at this point. I think there's been a lot of national discussion about students returning from COVID, and that we've seen a higher level and instance of initial anxiety amongst our students than we'd seen previously. Sadness and family concerns, I thought those were interesting. I expected to see others, quite honestly, that more aligned to anxiety. So to see that some level of I'm not going to classify it as depression because I'm clearly not an expert in that regard, but sadness and family concerns being the second and third highest is somewhat alarming. Characterizing the work of their therapists, really looking 60% are therapists of color, 90% live within Florida, 40% of our therapists that provide supports to our students for mental health are bilingual. What they're working on, then each session goal with students, they spend about 35% of their time exploring reactions and feelings, psychoeducation, understanding, 28%, positive coping skills, 23%, symptoms, identification, exploring, discussion, 19%, triggers, 17%, and consequences, 14%. Interventions that they provide, if they're solution focused, that's 40% of the visits. Cognitive behavioral therapy, 40% of the visits. Motivational interviewing is 23%. Dialectical behavioral therapy, 3%. And functional family therapy, 1%. Consent rates, Doris Sanders leads the entire district with a 72% consent rate. That means parents have provided consent for their children to participate. R. Clem Churchwell is second with 57%, Willow Oak 38%, Gino Dell 37%, Lincoln Avenue 34%, and Karen Siegel 34%. There was a lot of initial reluctance amongst our staff, as I shared previously, especially amongst our school nurses. They were concerned that this was going to turn their clinics into large walk-in clinics. They would be overwhelmed with the number of students. But many of our initial, and I have forwarded some of those emails to the board throughout the year, but many of our initial detractors, and many of their emails start with, I was not a proponent and a supporter of this initially. However, let me tell you this story. And they really did work to win over our staff. Here's our physical health visits. Our schools, that lead in a number of referrals. Horizons Elementary School with 240 visits. Citrus Ridge Academy with 184 visits. Crystal Lake Middle School with 110 visits. And Dr. N.E. Roberts Elementary with 79 visits. Mental health visits, Crystal Lake Middle School had the highest with 137. Shelley S. Boone with 77. Purcell Elementary with 59. Haines City High School had 43 students. I think that as the systems have become more embedded and our staff become more familiar and they're becoming more comfortable and our families are becoming more comfortable, because I also believe I've shared emails with the board, if not you've received them as well, from family members saying, hey, we participated in this, it was a great service, and we were very appreciative. I actually think we'll continue to see numbers go up. So it's a general summary of Hazel Health. The recommendation, again, is to renew for a second year. It is covered completely by ESSER funds, as you know. Part of the proposal was that as we progress, they start to shift. So it actually will end up saving money, because they'll start to shift the billing mechanism over to Medicaid, Medicare. It never costs anything to families. I want to reiterate again for anyone out there who may have concerns about Hazel, it is absolutely 100% reliant upon parental consent. One of the things that I hoped we were able to show here was that far more families are taking advantage of this from the privacy of their home. And that's allowing them to feel more comfortable with this. And I think, again, it's actually preventing students from coming on campus who are physically ill and eliminating the risk of potential exposure to others. So it's been relatively successful in many of our schools. We continue with the marketing campaign. Hazel's already kicked off another marketing campaign, or is prepared to kick off another marketing campaign, because we want to see participation continue to go up. It's proven to be a great process. Much like a question you asked earlier, Ms. Fields, it does not compete directly with anyone else. In fact, it actually is a supplement. And remember, when we first went into this, we were looking for a solution because many of our local practices, and you all got emails from local pediatrics saying that they were overwhelmed with the volume of students coming to them with COVID-like symptoms, and they wanted us to do things differently, and we still went with a masking option, and we pushed through. We provided supports. We invested additional dollars in our COVID tracking mechanisms and our reporting criteria. We had to work through some kinks there, admittedly, because we had never had that volume of reports, but we wanted to take the burden off of our schools. But I think by and large, we don't compete. This doesn't compete with anyone here locally. If anything, it's a supplement, and the referral process has actually benefited many of our agencies. And so I think, quite honestly, again, the recommendation that I'm making and that the staff are making is that we renew the contract with Hazel Health, simply because, again, it's fully funded. But as that mechanism, the second year pilot is the most important, because I'd like to see what proportion of the cost share comes off the district and actually shifts to other paid resources. But families pay nothing for this. They're never billed for it. They're never costed for this. And we equally applied this for every single individual across the district. And I'm saying that here again because I want families to realize this is a legitimate option that they can explore, especially if they're having difficulty getting into their PCP. So this is a great option for them as an initial step, and we've heard that from many parents, that that's what they've used it for. So, Ms. Fortney.
Well, I think you know what I'm going to say about it. This would be nice to provide for our staff, especially the anxiety and, I don't know, the other things on that part of the curve.
We have repeatedly inquired of Hazel as to their interest in pursuing teletherapy for staff. We have an existing telehealth process and support mechanism here. I've used it. Many of our staff have utilized it. We do have mental health counseling through both the EAP, through our employee walk-in clinics, and we also have it through referral practice. However, having a teletherapy aspect that's more flexible, because again, the same flexibility many of our parents are benefiting from, would benefit our staff so that they could actually address some mental health concerns, or at least be able to do some talk therapy with an individual before school, after school, when it's more convenient for their schedules, would be really appropriate. So while Hazel is not in that realm, we have looked, and we are looking at others. I had a great conversation with Ms. King the other day, who acknowledged that this is an area we need to consider and explore.
Thank you.
So she is looking at that, and that will be something that will be brought to the insurance committee and then ultimately to the board. But then there are other organizations that I have been put in contact with that do provide this at a fee, and it's a fee depending on the number of employees we have. So I'm waiting, and I will bring some things before the board in September to kind of summarize options for them.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Dr. Allen.
Okay, good start on the data, and I do think that Hazel Health can maybe provide us a little bit more data on a couple things that I noted in the contract. In general, just a couple general questions, and I'll have some specific questions. And I don't need an answer, but maybe it'd be something that can be sent to the board with Hazel providing that data to us. But how many of our, say, 150, right, I think approximately school sites actually have an iPad installed?
All of our
So,
public
okay,
schools.
so all 150 sites.
Every public school has all of the equipment. It's a mobile carrier for the iPad. They all have the iPad, and they all have the mobile locking carts that have the medications, over-the-counter medications that are most
Okay.
commonly associated with a referral. Correct.
Is that
correct.
true? Because I'm hearing otherwise, so I think that's where I'm leading to. So then at that point, I just want to know, out of the 150 that actually have the technology, how many unique sites used Hazel Health out of the 150?
Yeah, I can get you a summary of how many school sites utilized it. I will tell you that everyone has been trained. It was an expectation because everyone was paid to participate in that training. And that the only way they would get paid, and PEA, Ms. Yoakum was here a moment ago, we negotiated that MOU.
Yeah.
Because we knew, again, some of the initial concern was the workload involved, which proved not to be a barrier to our staff whatsoever. There was, just with our counseling services, some initial reluctance, as there was with our healthcare, our LPNs. But again, I think we've seen continued buy-in, but I can absolutely get a breakdown by each school of the total number of referrals. But I will say that everyone, unless they're new, was required to go through training and in order to be prepared to support the process.
Okay. Did Hazel provide the training?
Yes.
Okay. Because in that contract, it talks about the initiator role. And it's a certification that they gain by going through the training.
Correct.
So, I'd like to know how many certifications were allotted as far as the initiator role. So, and the reason I'm asking that is because, we have, and I don't know how many school sites don't have a full-time nurse or even a part-time nurse. Is that?
Yeah, in those cases, we flex staff.
So
And
we
then
flex
others-
staff, yeah.
And then others could be trained, because again, they're not doing any actual component, and all of the utilities were provided for them. So it's all digital. So taking blood pressure is not a traditional blood pressure cuff. It's actually electronically done and computerized. So none of it requires that health training. However, in those situations, I think there were 6 settings total that did not have a full-time assigned employee. They were provided LPN services from others or from district staff who helped support these schools. So these are all issues that very early on that we addressed with all of our school sites.
Okay. So, yeah, and
But I will
think-
ask for the total number of
Absolutely.
initiators.
I want to make sure that, if we've got 150 sites that actually have it, what's the percentage that are actually using it? And then in the data that was presented, like the opening slide, I forget which slide it was, I'd be curious, like here, so we're looking at, say, 1,700 visits. Now, are those 1,700 unique visits, or is it same student coming 5 times that's then added to the 1,700 unique, or the 1,700 visits?
Yeah, I could ask for them to break that out. I mean, it's,
And I'm
Sure.
just thinking, like, long-term on this. I'll probably support it in the second year, but, if we break that out as far as what the cost is of the per visit, and even within, say, the 1,700 or the visits here, like time per visit. So if it's costing us $500 per student per visit, but yet they can go to a local ER and it's going to run them $110 per visit, is it really efficient in a sense for us? Now, I know the implementation, the cost of the technology and all that stuff on the front side is expensive, and the implementation of that. But I'm just like seeing like, okay, could we, allocate, say, $500,000 to a local provider, and it would be a la carte per visit that nonprofit could then, provide service to a student in some way. So just trying to look at some options to really see that, okay, did it really cost us $500 per visit? If you look at, say, the 1,700 and what the cost of the contract was, and if they're assessing a cold at that $500 visit,
Right.
ooh. So just in general, just trying to really think through that one a little bit more.
Absolutely.
And the contract, and the reason I was asking like time, because the contract says we get up to 17,500 service hours.
Correct.
So did we even come close to hitting that 17,500 service hours? And if we didn't, then they should be scaling back the contract with us in a sense, based on the service hours that we're
So
using.
two things there, and you raise a valid point. Service hours and visits are not commensurate. So many of these students, especially the mental health referrals, ultimately, remember, students were entitled to a specified series of appointments. And so while you may see a referral, let's look at April 22nd, of that 264 students who had a referral that month, every one of them would have had an initial evaluation and then three to four subsequent visits afterwards for follow-up. And so the totality of time in which those students were served is different than actually, this would be the initial referral, not the totality of their visits that subsequently occurred. So I think that's why it's important, to your point, to break out the data. But I don't want anybody believing that this is a one and done and it costs $500. It is if you apply the entirety of the contract.
Correct, yes.
But that's again why the contract stipulates that over time, they're migrating the costs away from us and to reimbursement. And that was the whole point. But they're not, again, at no point are families charged for the services. They're seeking individual reimbursement through other agencies and entities. So that was the whole purpose, was we should see, very much to your point, a downward trend in what it costs us. So while we would be renewing in year 2 for the estimated, I would say it would be an estimated total, and I can get Hazel to put something together in writing to confirm that and run it through Mr. Bridges' office. But essentially, we should see a diminishment in cost to us and an increased cost to other agencies as a result.
Good.
But that would be the maximum cost to us for the year to guarantee that level of service.
Yep.
But I think, to your point, I think after the 2-year pilot, I think we do have to be far more intentional in saying that if we want to continue this program, we continue to see a benefit in it, which I believe we do. At this point, I do. That maybe it does become much like the tutoring service I just spoke about. Maybe it's a contracted service for just a specified number of schools where we typically see a pattern of high utilization. And then we can create other alternatives for others. I'm a little leery. I love the concept of the $500,000, potentially using your number to contract with an entity that could then become a serving agent. The only thing, more questions come to mind rather than, my job is not to give a fast no, it's to find a slow yes. And so how then does that accommodate all of our students from across the district? Would that agency have enough bandwidth to do this? Because one of the reasons we went with Hazel, as you recall, was that physicians were turning away patients, even saying to them at some point, if you have COVID-like symptoms, assume you have COVID, stay home. Many of you saw that in writing for some of our local pediatrics. Stay home. If you continue to have symptoms after 7 days, then come see me. But they didn't want that influx of patient load coming in, and they were overwhelmed, especially as those waves kept coming through. But we're not seeing that right now. But it's an interesting, you raised some very valid points and things that we would look together to address.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And in general, I think this can be a great thing. I'm surprised as I move around District 1 schools, the usage of what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
And-
and this is something I need to continue to have discussions with Ms. Yocum about. And now that Ms. Castle's here, there was not a heavy emphasis for counseling services to push the mental health component, to make referrals. There is now. And there was some initial reluctance to it, and I can discuss that at another time, but, because I don't want to belabor this conversation. But it's important to note that we did start to see an increase, as you see here, in the mental health referrals, because we were seeing more counselors and social workers coming on board with it. But there is more to discuss there because it has to be heavy emphasis. It's also the same conversation we need to have as a school district about our billing services. We do not even come close to billing for the services that we're entitled to bill for. And what most people don't realize is you're forfeiting money that could go into other positions to better support these same students. And I've had this conversation with Ms. Castles. I'm not asking. You will bill for services rendered, everything that we're eligible for. And the reasoning is, and I have provided every assurance, I'm not going to pull those dollars back into the general budget. I would be more than happy to take every single dollar that we get back in billable services and reinvest those dollars across student services in the form of LPNs, in the form of social workers, psychologists, additional counselors, because that's where the dollars should go. But we're forfeiting revenue. We had an outside person just glance at our district, at the number of students who are served, the types of services we offer. And I'm embarrassed to say, but we leave almost $4 million on the table. $4 million because we refuse to bill for services. And because we've allowed that culture to persist. We're not billing for services that we're not rendering. But I do expect every employee, and Ms. Castles has the unenviable task of enforcing this and ensuring compliance with it, but we will bill for all billable eligible services that we provide to our students, because $4 million, and the efficiency audit will point it out, we can't afford to leave those dollars on the table. We've got to get those dollars back in. Again, they're not going to raises. They're going to offset new staff, which will then lower the burden on everyone else and address greater issues that we're dealing with the culture and the morale and other factors. So addressing workload becomes a better solution. But, those are the realities, and we'll see that come to fruition. I mean, it's a reality. Ms. Castle's looked at our numbers. She'll tell you, easily we're leaving money on the table. But I'm excited for the new opportunity. So, great questions, though, Dr. Allen. You always ask great questions. I know how analytical you are. I expected you to ask lots of questions about the data today, but I'd be happy to relay this and then give the answers to you and the rest of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Miller.
Since you brought it up. And we talked about this, I think, in your interview. Do we have staff? Are we waiting for the audit or someone else to tell us about training of staff? For that Medicaid billing, because for so
No.
long, we've used a contract service, and the return on that investment is minimal.
No, we're not waiting on anything.
So we'll
I
have
think
training.
the efficiency audit will reaffirm
Okay,
what we already know to be true.
okay,
And what Ms. Castles and others have, even her predecessor acknowledged we were not billing anywhere near the level of services we were entitled to. And again, this is not about seeking dollars we're not entitled to. These are services we're providing that we should be fully reimbursed for.
I've been saying that for years.
And
Thank
it's
you.
frustrating because I think people don't realize that extra step, yes, it's one extra thing to do, but that extra step generates revenue that then can create additional positions so we can better serve our students and families. Sorry. Madam Chair, that concludes the superintendent's presentation for today.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. Before we move on, do we have any questions on the information items? Donation report or superintendent approvals?
Donation report looked kind of tiny this time. Usually it's pages long. It's the summer. You would think everybody never mind, okay.
All right, and we will take a look at this evening's agenda. Just a second. And we will have Maya Reyes-Roman from Davenport doing our pledge. Any questions on sections A or B? C, or D? Then we'll go through consent agenda, F through I. J through L. Dr. Allen?
Yep. Agenda item L4, just want to, affirm that that's accurate. I know we had a phone call, Superintendent Hyde, and just want to confirm the numbers that were presented in the employment chart. And I'll give the roundabout data there, but it said in 2020, stated we had 244 APs. In the report that we're approving tonight, it states that we have 110 APs. That's a 56% decline. I just want to make sure that those numbers are accurate. And then as well as that, it said that we had 153 principals in 2021, and in this report, it says we have 102. That's a 33% decline.
So Ms. Hall attempted to address that previously. Part of the problem is the manner in which we pull the data and the data set that we are provided. So she's been working with Mr. Warren and others to make sure that we've cross-referenced those numbers, and I'll make sure that whatever numbers we present this evening are accurate. Or there's an explanation as to why they may not be accurate.
Okay. And I mean, I think that's foundational for you as we think about some of those initiatives that we're working on, in regards to our representation of our administrators. So making sure we've got those numbers right.
Yes, sir.
As well. And I did see, I haven't read it yet, but the teacher initiative coming from the state that came through the email that we got, and seeing some focus on the dual enrollment, that's an area we definitely need some attention on, and just want to draw attention to that into the equity report. I think going back, if I was to compare where we were with dual enrollment for our subgroups in 2017 comparative to where we're at today, yeah, a little alarming. I think that was it that I had in that one, but if we could just get those numbers clarified.
Okay, any other questions on J through L? All right, we'll go to N through P. And I just want to make a note real quick. Superintendent Hyde and I talked about 03 probably 6 months ago, disposal of spork meal kits. I was chaperoning a singing telegrams for Lake Gibson High School and had 4 students in the backseat of my car that were talking about their sporks and how they're having to go to the cafeteria and use 2 or 3 every time because they keep breaking on them, which I mentioned to Superintendent Hyde kind of in jest of, this is a big deal for our kids right now. Well, the team looked into it, and the sporks are actually defective. So we will they're in the process right now of getting a refund for those. So I just want to give a shout out to Alex, Tatiana, Elizabeth, and Nicole for bringing this to my attention, that they were having issues with their sporks.
So just, if I may, elaborate a little bit more. These, we transitioned to this item because they were compostable.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to be more environmentally friendly. The problem was, as Ms. Wyatt pointed out, and as our students very quickly pointed out, when you have to use 6 of them, you're really not deriving a benefit. And so Mr. Davis and I have had this conversation with Food and Nutrition Service. It started when you informed me of what the students were telling you, and sure enough, we confirmed it. And so we are disposing of those and seeking every option we can for reimbursement.
So we seriously had the case of the defective sporks.
That is accurate, sir.
And
Wow.
this is another reason we need youth representation on the board.
Absolutely. It was, really, I bring it up more than anything because our students' voices do matter, and something very trivial that we would never think about, they were able to
And Ms. Miller, I know
get
it
us
can
some
be done
refunds.
because we went to the FSBA presentation of different districts that do it.
Right.
I think I emailed that.
Like, how does a conversation like that come up?
So they actually were talking about it in the back seat, and I don't think they realized I was a school board member. And finally, I was like, "Whoa, I'm going to need you guys to explain this to me." But it was just them casually talking about, man, the new sporks in the cafeteria are breaking on us.
impressive.
So,
The easiest way to find out what's happening in a child's life is put 3 of them in the back seat and let them talk as if you're not there.
yes.
And you will
Yeah.
learn a lot.
So I want to thank the team for taking them seriously and finding some better resources. Next, anything else on N through P? All right, and Q, section Q, is action agenda.
Is there something attached for one to read, or?
There are several things attached.
Yes, I'm not in that meeting right now, dang it.
It looks like yes, there's several, and so I'll call on you to read one of those if you would like,
Okay,
Ms. Fortney.
darn it, yes. Yes, ma'am.
And will we have individuals attending, Superintendent Hyde, do you know?
I do not know.
They'll be here.
Knowing that organization, I would be surprised if they are
There'll be
not in
several.
attendance.
So usually, just as a reminder, we'll make the motion, have the discussion, and then once we vote, we'll call them up to speak and take pictures. Anything else on our action agenda, section Q? Okay, policy updates, section R. We will take these one at a time, so it will be 6 separate motions. I'm sorry, 5 separate motions. Then we will go into superintendent report. And then, Mr. Bridges, do you have a report this evening?
I don't have anything that requires action by the board, but I will be announcing an attorney-client session in connection with pending litigation.
Okay, and then Ms. Matthews does not have a report this evening. And then we will go into board member reports. I think we started at 1 last week, so we'll start at 7. Lisa, that's your note. Heads up to get ready. And then we'll do public comments and then adjournment. Any questions on the meeting? All right. Any updates from any of your committees or groups that you serve as liaison for?
We have not met.
Okay.
Any of my committees, we have not met. Which thing gets read for Melanie Butler?
I don't think it's there. I think we need to make sure you have one. I'll work with Mr. Geary.
Thank you. I think that happened once before. I couldn't find what to read.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fortney, and we'll make sure that there's one there. All right. And so you should all now have in your inbox that you would have gotten probably 4 emails from JotForm because it sends them out individually when you add somebody as being eligible. But you also will be getting 1 email from Yvette that has the links to all 4 separately. If you want to, on our break today, try to log in and just make sure that your username and password works while we're here and can help, we can certainly do that. And those will be due, I think originally we had said before the September board meeting. If we can have them done by September 6th, which is the next board meeting, I would greatly appreciate it. And that'll allow us later in September for me to use the end of September to go through each of their evaluations with them. Any questions on that? All right, and I believe that is all that I have for today. Anything else for the good of the order? You guys are quiet this afternoon. Man. All right, well, we will adjourn until 5 p.m.